Ready when you are.
Okay. Good evening and welcome to the San Carlos City Council successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency and Housing Authority regular meeting of September 14th, 2020. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, the next item is changes to the order of agenda. I think this is probably the last time I'm going to do it because the agenda will be slightly rearranged next meeting, but we're just going to combine 6 and 12 into one item tonight and have it be at the end unless there is a strong objection.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Like last time, I have one brief comment that I would like to make early enough because about at the end of the meeting, there's usually hardly anybody listening.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, I'll wait for.
All right. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. All right. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to have a presentation from San Mateo County on behavioral health and recovery services available to the community. And I think that is Scott Gilman.
Yes, I'm trying to figure out my camera. Here we go. So is that working?
Well, I can hear you and I can see your presentation.
All right, great. Thank you. So thank you for inviting me tonight. And just a couple of words about mental health. I was asked really to give a short presentation just to talk about how to access mental health services in San Mateo County. And so we want to talk a little bit about that, but just to give some context of who I am and where I'm from, San Mateo County Health is, of course, part of the county. And if we can just jump on to the next slide, please. What we'll see next is behavioral health and recovery services is really the department that I direct, and that's responsible for all of the mental health services for the county, the safety net mental health services, and then also all of the substance use services. So we have a variety of programs, you know, way more than I'd want to go through tonight, all the way from inpatient psychiatric services to outpatient medication management, case management, nursing services, day program services, whole variety of services that we provide to people as a safety net provider for the community. And the majority of the funding that we receive is state dollars, tax revenue. So we obviously, like every other governmental agency, are really having to tighten our belt right now. If we can just go on to the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about accessing some of the services, and then we can, if you have any questions specific, I've left a few minutes for that. So in the wave of a pandemic, a lot of organizations are really looking at behavioral health and recovery services, or we call it BHRS, really to help figure out what's normal. You know, most of the people in the world right now are going through so much trauma. There's so much stress in the world between pandemic and fires and the economy, that there's no one really that hasn't been impacted to some degree. And so our hotline, our suicide line, our numbers have been going up significantly in the last 2 months. Initially out of the gate, it seemed like when the first shelter-in-place order came, a lot of people hunkered down and they seemed to dig in. But I think we've reached the point now where, I guess to use the clinical term, people are at their breaking point. And so how to access services and what to do are really becoming important for a lot of different people. And I mentioned earlier, normal, you know, what's normal. And we do a lot of work with first responders, police, fire, you know, when they have a critical incident. We always talk about, you know, it's normal to have very significant reactions to critical incidents. And so post-traumatic stress or trauma is frequently normal reaction to an abnormal situation. And so goodness knows we are going through prolonged trauma and adverse reactions. So how to access services if you or a loved one has issues or seems to be a little bit more out of the ordinary. And so that's the question, the first question that you have to look at is this within normal limits? Is it within normal limits to be depressed, to cry, to be sleepless, you know, to have those feelings right now? And it is, it absolutely is. But if it persists and if it lasts and it gets in the way of daily life function to the point where the individual is going several days without sleep, or the stress is impacting relationships or causing relapse. We're having many people that are relapsing from substance abuse issues now. And so those are times when an individual may need a little bit more than just self-care skills. And so in mental health, a lot of it depends on, if we can just back up one, please. It depends on, the first place to start is what's the insurance that the individual has. So behavioral health and recovery services, if an individual has no insurance at all, if they have Medi-Cal or Medicare, that's the population that we take care of in San Mateo County, and I put our phone number there. But in San Mateo County, our percentage of Medicare or Medi-Cal individuals is quite low. Most of our citizens at this point have insurance of some kind. And so I always like to tell people to start with their employer's employee assistance program, if they have one, or their own insurance card, to look at the back and find out what sort of help is there. The last thing we want to do with somebody who's feeling, you know, a little bit desperate is to send them on a wild goose chase, you know, looking for services. So employee assistance programs, commercial insurance plans. Most of the medications written for depression and anxiety are written by primary care doctors. So it doesn't always necessarily have to be a mental health professional that can help someone who needs some sort of, we frequently call it a crutch, not a long-term solution, but something to help get through until we get to the other side of some of this. And so there's a lot of other pathways besides going to the emergency room. Now, if the individual is a danger to themselves or others, what's the best path to do, and what does that mean? If somebody's making really significant statements about suicide, if they've withdrawn to the point where, you know, they're noticing it, their family members are noticing it, they make vague statements about that. We talk about if they start giving things away. There's a lot of different signs that you can look for. But what I always coach people to do who aren't clinicians is to trust your gut and to ask. So if you feel that someone is a danger to themselves, or their depression has gotten to the point where they're feeling suicidal, ask. We frequently find in situations where we've had a successful suicide or death by suicide, that the person definitely, there were signs and symptoms that sometimes people would have seen, not always, but usually there's something there. We also know that the majority of people that die by suicide had seen their primary care physician within the last 30 days. So they were reaching out for help, and there was opportunity that we're trying to work with our medical community and help catch that person. Emergency room is always an option. If you have someone that's in that situation. At San Mateo Medical Center, we also have a psychiatric emergency services department, so they can be evaluated, not necessarily admitted. And if hospitalization is necessary, then we make those arrangements. We also have a crisis residential program on site called Serenity House. And so if you're stuck and don't know what to do, that's also, another avenue to go. And then as a last resort, if someone is really acting out, if there's weapons involved, if you really don't believe that you can leave them alone and they're absolutely refusing, there's a process called 5150 in California where we can work with the police department. They can come and they can do an involuntary hold on the person for a psychiatric evaluation. So there's several pathways to go, and the most important thing that I can convey to the audience is that you ask, you don't ignore it. If people are interested in training, there is a variety of training programs offered. The best one, which really is the gold seal for training if somebody's interested, is called Mental Health First Aid. And there's information on our website about when those classes come up. I think that the best way to think about mental health first aid is our goal in the country and in San Mateo County is that everybody knows what to do if someone falls on the floor and grabs their chest. We don't feel ashamed. We don't feel scared. We know what to do. We run up to them, we call 911, we act. And so the goal of mental health first aid is really that same thing. Everybody in our community should know what to do if somebody's having a psychiatric crisis. We want people to be informed and to have the tools that they need to feel comfortable in acting in that direction. So again, we have our phone numbers listed there. And if we can go to the next slide now, last slide. This is actually this week is National Suicide Prevention Week, and it's also Recovery Month. And so we've sent some information in your packets on some different flyers, but there's a variety of workshops and activities that are going on in the community right now. Because our limited time, I didn't want to go through all of them, but just wanted to give you the links where you can go and you can get information about a variety of things that are of interest to different people, all the way from spirituality to relapse prevention, many different activities. And so I think I'm close on my time. I wanted to stop now, Mayor, and I didn't know if you had questions, if any of the council members had questions for me that you wanted me to answer, or what the next steps would be.
Thank you, Scott. We may have some questions, but I think I understand we have a member of the public who wanted to make a comment.
Yes, we do. I'll go ahead and admit them in right now. Good evening, caller ending in 219. Thank you for joining us tonight. If you hear an echo, please lower the volume of the meeting in your background. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council, and at the end of the 2 minutes, you'll hear a chime indicating that it's time to wrap up. Please state your name for the record before providing your public comment. You should be able to unmute yourself right now if you just press *6. There you go.
Hello. My name is Ara Radushakian, and I was going to make a comment on the bike and skate park effort that we're proposing is on the agenda, but I'd actually like to make my comment when the agenda is brought up. Is that more appropriate, you think?
Yes,
Yes, that would be fine. You can, when we get to that item, you can certainly make your comment then.
Yeah, I think I'll wait until that moment then.
Okay. Thank you. So if you can call back at that time, then we'll admit you in for that.
Okay. Is there any other members of the public that would like to comment?
Yes, it looks like one other person is calling in right now.
Okay.
Bring them in. Good evening, caller, phone number ending in 847. Thank you for joining us tonight. If you hear an echo, please lower the volume in your background. You have 2 minutes to address the council, and at the end of the 2 minutes, you'll hear a chime. If you can please state your name for the record before providing your comment, that would be appreciated. You should be able to unmute yourself right now by pressing *6. There you go.
Sorry, I've just joined. This is Josie Dillon.
Hi, are you calling to make a comment on the mental health services?
I'm calling when the skate park comes up, so I can just sit here quietly until then.
Okay, actually, if you can call back during that time, then we can take your comment.
And what time will that be?
Well, so to watch the meeting at home, you would go to our web portal, sancarlosca.iqm2.com, or you can watch on the channel 27 if you have Comcast, or AT&T channel 99.
Okay, thanks so much. I will rejoin then.
Okay, thank you.
Did we have any others, Crystal?
I don't see any other callers right now.
All right. Laura, did you have some questions for Scott?
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to thank you, Scott Gilman, for joining us this evening and sharing with us about all of these services. I can't tell you how many people I've spoken to in the last couple of weeks who are the lowest I think I've ever heard them.
Yeah.
I think the stresses of all the various crises is, like you said, it's weighing on people. So your message couldn't be more timely, and I hope that we can get the word out about these invaluable services and methods by which people can seek help. So thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. A very timely topic to be talking about. We really appreciate your coming tonight.
You're welcome. Anytime. Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. We are going to move on now to general public comment. This is for items that are not on the agenda. Any person wishing to call in, we do have a number on the screen, 669-900-9128. If you get a busy tone, try 253-215-8782. And then when prompted, enter the meeting ID 452-388-965. And I just mentioned that because there are some people that may not have their screen active. All right. Crystal, do you see anybody calling in for general public comment?
I don't at this time.
All right. Why don't we do this? Why don't we move to council communications, and then if somebody calls in, we'll just go right back to it. So at this time, Mark, sorry about jumping the gun. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I've been thinking about our soon-to-be-approved budget, which I think will be at our next meeting, and reflecting on 3 issues I've been hearing a lot about lately. First, we expect to end the current fiscal year with substantial reserves. Second, people of modest means are facing more challenges than their more well-off compatriots because of the way inflation for basic items is accelerating. And finally, our bargaining units have demonstrated, both this year and in the past, a willingness to do what's necessary when the city finds itself in a challenging financial situation. Given all of this, I plan on proposing a budget amendment to include funds to allow negotiated salary increases in the current fiscal year for those bargaining units who have recently agreed to forego them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Okay. Crystal, did anybody call in during that time?
No, I'm not seeing any calls.
Okay. Well, as usual, has been our protocol. If someone does call in, we will most certainly get to you, and we will find a way to have you be able to make your comment during the course of the meeting.
Actually, Ron, looks like we do have someone calling or trying to join the meeting. So if you're okay with it, I'll go ahead and admit them in.
Sure.
You can see. Hi, Anna Kramer. Are you? Oh, did you leave? No, you're there. Anna, are you calling in to make a public comment?
No, I'm just trying to watch the meeting.
Oh, okay. If you could actually watch the meeting through either our web portal, which is sancarlosca.iqm2.com,
Okay.
or go to channel 27, or if you have AT&T, it's channel 99. You can watch the meeting there and then call in if you have a public comment when indicated by the mayor.
Great.
Okay?
All right, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Anna.
Thanks.
Okay. Crystal, did anybody else call in?
No, that's it.
All right. All right. We're going to move on to item 7. This is the consent calendar. Usually these items are approved in one motion. Is there any items that any member of the council would like to pull?
I'd like to pull item 7F, please.
Okay. All right. Any other desires to pull any agenda items? Okay. Why don't we then I'll entertain a motion to approve the rest of the items.
I move to approve City Council consent calendar items A through E.
I'll second.
All right. Motion and a second. Crystal, please call the roll.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parma-Lohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Adam, did you want to wait on this or you just want to talk about it right now? Is this something brief or?
I think it should be something brief. I just wanted some clarification on one of the changes, and I'm happy to make a motion to adopt this resolution. I just wanted to. I understand we're removing work obligations as an excused absence. So I just wanted some clarification from the city manager, from the city attorney on that, because or what the process would be. I understand just if someone has something come up, but I want to understand why that we're not allowing that as an excused absence.
Yeah, thank you, council member. It's been our practice in the past, and we'll continue to make it our practice on a go-forward basis, that work absences that are cleared in advance before we put the agenda out or are communicated to the commission at the meeting prior that something's coming up are and can be considered excused absences. It's the last minute changes that we've had in recent years that have resulted in us not having a quorum and having to cancel meetings as they're actually beginning and taking place because we didn't have prior notice. That's been the primary problem. So that's and typically what we hear is, something came up at work last minute and they couldn't make it. And so that's the idea there, is that if we have too many of those, it would be grounds for dismissal of a commissioner so that we could seek another commissioner who has the available time to meet the meeting commitments.
Okay, that's all I needed to hear, Jeff. Thank you. I appreciate it. I just want a clarification on that if, as long as they're giving notice in advance, it sounds like there's some wiggle room or ability to be excused. I'm happy to move the motion then at this point.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Crystal?
I'm sorry, was that Councilmember Obert that seconded?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
And yes.
Okay. Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parma-Lohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Okay. We're going to move on now to item 8, agenda setting. 8A is consideration of agendizing an item to adopt a resolution supporting Proposition 15, California Schools and Local Communities Funding Act of 2020. Do we have a staff report on that?
No.
Or I would think we would not. So this was proposed, I think, by a member of the council.
Yeah, so I can speak to this, Mayor Collins, if you'd like.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm bringing this forward to ask my colleagues if they would be interested in placing this on a future agenda. Prop 15, Schools and Communities First, if passed, would provide a new source of commercial property tax revenue to the state. It would not have an impact on small businesses under $3 million, homeowners or renters. The San Carlos School District Board of Trustees adopted the attached resolution last week. And if approved for future agenda, I respectfully request that the staff make adjustments to this resolution in keeping with city standards. Thank you for your consideration.
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Mark. Sorry.
I was just going to say I would certainly support putting it on a future agenda, and given the short time between now and the election, I would suggest we put it on the next agenda.
Okay. Well, that's two. Any other comments or voices of support for this?
So I guess I'd like to, I guess I'm happy to have this discussion. I just would like to get understand kind of what the concerns are maybe from, I understand it's not affecting small businesses under $3 million, but I think some of the small businesses that are renters and others may be affected by this in the downtown. So I'm not opposed to it. I think it's fine to bring it on the agenda. I just would want to make sure that staff comes back with, some of the I understand what some of the concerns are that have been raised about Prop 15 so that we can kind of get both sides of this and make a decision.
Yeah, I'll chime in. I concur with Adam. I certainly support funding for the schools, but if there's an easy way for staff to look up how many properties in San Carlos would be affected by this, I would be interested in knowing that data. Thank you. Okay.
So it looks like we have support to put that on the next agenda. Jeff, let me ask you, is that enough time to get it on the next agenda from the 28th?
Yeah, I imagine probably there's already a lot of information available publicly that's been put together by others in regards. I'll see what we can do in regards to Councilmember McDowell's request in terms of taking a look at that. I'll have a conversation tomorrow at our executive management team meeting and see what we can come up with in terms of specific information related to our community's real estate.
Okay, I did a fair amount of research over the weekend on it. There is a wealth of public information available on the proposition, both for and against. So I'm sure it'll be pretty easy to get that information. All right. Okay, so we will see that on the 28th. All right, we're going to move on to now reports to council. These are just updates on key city projects by the city department heads and staff and council subcommittees. They are informational in nature, and we do not take action on these items. The first is 9A, is an update on the COVID-19 virus. And Jeff, I take it that's you.
That is me this evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. I'll try to be brief, as I know we have plenty to get through this evening. State actions and highlights. Recently, the governor activated a statewide blueprint for a safer economy at the end of August. The sort of chart and overview of the blueprint is on the screen before you. The county is in the purple tier, which indicates widespread COVID-19 impacts in our community. So we're obviously needing as a county to move further away from our current COVID numbers before we're going to start seeing in San Mateo County easing of health requirement and business restrictions associated with COVID. Okay, the next slide, please. State legislation highlights the state's extended the renter protection program to help tenants stay in their homes. New eviction protections allow tenants financially impacted by COVID-19 to stay in their homes rent-free until February of 2021. And we list on this slide the website where folks can go to get more information if they feel like they may be the subject to an unfair rent or eviction process. There's been a number of bills signed by the governor or waiting to be signed at this point related to COVID-19. The bills seek to address unemployment, employee safety, food assistance, personal protection equipment, small businesses, and education. Many bills on other topics did not make it through this year due to COVID-19. There's been a lot of rejuggling of state legislation in our state's capital as COVID continues to be driving many of our governmental agendas across the nation and around the world. Next slide, please. San Mateo County actions and highlights include the county health officer, Scott Morrow, has periodically issued statements to inform the public about the pandemic and provide his thoughts. He believes the pandemic will best be addressed by individuals social distancing, wearing masks, and washing hands. He strongly discourages gatherings outside of a household. So this is still, we're still very much promoting the small pod household mentality as a response to help combat COVID, as well as these personal protection and hygiene standards. Our county manager, Mike Callaghy, has issued a statement that the way the state is calculating cases based on population using the number of tests conducted in the county is unfairly harming San Mateo County and keeping us in the purple tier. The county is addressing this with the state. So it is possible that we will see at some point in the future a reclassification of San Mateo County. I think the thought here is that because we've been very successful and widespread in our testing, that our numbers may appear higher than many other counties in the state of California relative to the infection rate, when in reality, the county believes that our infection rate may actually be lower than many counties in the state. The county is also continuing various programs to help residents with rent, food, childcare, mental health, etc., in addition to supporting businesses. If you're interested in these programs, we would encourage you to reach out to San Mateo County or visit their website, sanmatocounty.gov, and investigate those programs and reach out to them for any assistance that may be needed and being offered by the county. Next slide, please. City actions. We held our first Zoom town hall meeting on the climate mitigation and adaptation plan on August 26th. It was well coordinated and well received with breakout rooms for participants to work in small groups. A first for us in the COVID era. A second Zoom town hall on wildfire preparedness was held on September 2nd and also went well in this webinar format. It appears that Zoom meetings with the community can continue successfully until COVID-19 is no longer a threat. We currently do not have a timetable for resuming in-person public meetings in the city of San Carlos as we continue to practice remote work whenever possible and social distancing as is feasible. With the wildfires and recent power outages, staff is aware of the need to be prepared to assist the community during COVID-19 in terms of its response, as well as any other emergencies that should crop up. We're working on plans for opening cooling centers in our community resource centers if needed for the remainder of our potential warm weather, which in our area can, in some years, last well into October. The PSPS booklet will be in the mail this week to all our residents. And that's the Planned Power, the PG&E Planned Power shutoffs, where we'll be providing information to residents on resources and recommended actions. Next slide, please. In addition, the Tenant Rental Assistance Program has spent $50,000 to date on 11 households, 24 individuals of the $100,000 available. Samaritan House also has general funds available. So if the city of San Carlos specific funds are exhausted, San Carlos residents could still receive support from this additional funding. Renters should go to the city's website to learn more about this particular program. enforcing county health orders through the sheriff's office and community compliance personnel. We've done a lot of work in our downtown area. We still have a little work that is continuing in terms of business compliance with health standards and city standards in terms of how those outdoor dining and retail programs are being managed. The city's hosting a second blood drive at the youth center on September 26th. There's still a great need within our region for blood. So if you're able to participate, we would encourage you to do so. Again, that is September 26th at the youth center here in San Carlos. And if you need additional information, you can visit the city's website. Walk Your Bike signage has been added at the closed sections of Laurel Street on the 700 block. Because of a rash of recent bicycle pedestrian negative interactions. So we're really glad that the community is enjoying the closure of the 700 block and access to our small businesses in our downtown. But we are asking that you please practice some common sense and be respectful of all those folks downtown when riding your bike, on that particular block, you go ahead and hop off and walk it for the safety of everybody involved. Next slide. All right, that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Before we get to questions, I do want to check in with Crystal. Do we have any callers?
No callers at this time.
Oh, all right. We'll start with Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jeff, just a couple of things. First off, the planned power shutoff booklet, or whatever its official name is, I just wanted to say I thought it was a great job that staff did there, and I want to make sure it doesn't get overlooked in the midst of everything else. So I think that'll be really helpful to a lot of people in the community. In your report on the issues that the county has raised, the one call that I sat in on that Mike Gallagher was giving an update on, I seem to remember him saying that part of the reason San Mateo County is not doing as well in the testing regimen as we would like to be is we don't have as much in the way of testing being done throughout the county as some other counties. And I think one of the comparators he used was San Francisco County had gotten more resources from the state to do testing. Is that your recollection or understanding as well?
Yeah, I'm not on the inside of that, but I've heard similar stories. I've also heard that within our county that there's been like some testing kits and things made available within certain jurisdictions, but there has been sort of a lag with having the qualified staff available to be able to administer those programs. That's obviously something that would be sort of well out of our bailiwick in terms of being able to provide professional assistance to do testing of that sort of nature. So that's been, I think, one of the hurdles in our community too, where we have, geographically, we're not terribly different in size than a number of other counties, but we do tend to have a lot of much smaller jurisdictions in our county, which can diffuse resources somewhat.
Well, I appreciate that additional feedback. For what it's worth, I personally wouldn't mind if staff sort of checked in with the county to find out if there's a way, if all of the disparate cities that make up San Mateo County, if we got together with the county board of supervisors and all contributed additional money, how much more money might we be talking about to try and get more testing done? It seems like if the keys to getting the county reopened a little bit more is simply more testing, that sounds like an addressable problem, assuming it's not too expensive. So if there's a way for you guys to look into that and report back, I wouldn't mind hearing that.
I'd be happy to share those comments.
The other, you touched on the bicycling issues downtown, and I'm glad that staff was taking action on that. in general, we continue to get, or at least I continue to get, low levels of complaints of people not, and restaurateurs and stuff, not following the guidelines the way they should be following them. So I would, strongly encourage staff to make sure that we've got the right level of enforcement resources down there, since I don't think we can count on, the county or the state to do that. And as particularly regards the bicyclists, I'd like to understand, maybe this is a Mark Dury question, I'd like to understand if we're keeping track of the folks that that we may be giving warnings to for inappropriate, use of bicycles in areas where it's closed. Because even if they're juveniles, I mean, I don't want to really arrest anybody, but I would definitely like to bring to a higher level, might be the way I would phrase it, if there are repeat offenders. Because I do tend to see a fair amount of offensive behavior down there in that regard.
I'll speak with the chief about it tomorrow, and we'll make sure that we have something in place to do that if we don't already.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jeff, this is a follow-up to Mark's question, actually, because I received another report today from a resident who was very disappointed and felt like some restaurants were not following the 6-foot spacing rule between tables. So your presentation mentioned that the health orders are being enforced by the sheriff's office and community compliance personnel. So I'm wondering if you could just tell me a little bit about the community compliance personnel, and are we actually giving out citations now? I mean, we're 6 months in, so there should be pretty uniform compliance at this point.
Yeah, we're kind of reaching. In fact, this week will be sort of the end of any warnings. We've got a couple of compliance issues that we're dealing with right now. We've got staff from our community development code enforcement division working on it, as well as public works. We've sent folks out in the evenings and on weekends to make sure that we're continuing to have compliance during non-traditional city business hours, so that the businesses understand that we are watching all the time and that we're hearing from the community quite frequently. In most instances, we've had good faith. We've been received with good faith on the part of the businesses who have pretty quickly responded to any missteps in the health order protocols. A couple we're still working with, and we've asked them to finalize those issues this week with the understanding that we'll begin issuing citations beginning next week.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Adam?
Thank you, Mayor Collins. Jeff, thanks for all the info on that. I had just a couple comments and one, maybe a question or two. I'm glad to hear that the Zoom public sort of community meetings worked well. Do you guys have a sense of sort of what the turnout was for that, or something you can share with us at a later point if you don't have the exact numbers?
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head. Would you like me to query staff real quick, or we could follow up with you offline to get you those figures?
I'd like to get an offline number too, unless I think it'd just be interesting to understand like what the turnout was online versus what we've had in person for some of these things.
Sounds good. We'll send an email to the whole council with those figures.
Okay. And then I guess I just want to reiterate on the enforcement piece. I'm glad that we're sort of moving to the next stage in this. I do feel it's been a long time, and it's time to sort of move towards more enforcement. And I'd be curious maybe if at the next meeting we might get an update on sort of more specific around some of the enforcement measures. You don't have to name, obviously, nothing specific to people, but just to understand kind of what steps are being taken at this point would be great.
We'll include that in our next report. Thanks. You bet.
All right. And Jeff, I'd just like to add that I think it's been very helpful to have that electronic signboard in the middle of Laurel Street reminding people to get off their bikes and walk them. I saw a very big uptick in compliance once that went up. So my hats off to the chief and his officers. I understand we do have a public comment.
Yes, I do have someone calling in right now, so I'll admit them in. Good evening, caller with a phone number ending in 632. Thank you for joining tonight. If you hear an echo, please lower the volume of the meeting in your background. You have 2 minutes to address the council, and at the end of the 2 minutes, you'll hear a chime indicating that it's time to wrap up. Please state your name for the record before providing your public comment, and you should be able to unmute yourself right now. There you go.
Hi, this is Sonia Elk. Thank you for taking my comment. And I wanted to speak to the bike riding on Laurel. And I find it, I find it very distressing that people are riding really fast through the place that's a pedestrian zone. Obviously that's not appropriate. It's not safe. And people should be moving slowly through that area. But I also wanted to express that I don't think an outright wheel riding ban on Laurel should ever have been put in place, because it really just asks for disobedience. Signs really only promote obedience in the people who weren't, for the most part, being a problem in the first place. So I feel like the rule on Laurel should have been, going back to what Jeff said, common sense, which is, something along the lines of slow to walking speed, walk your bike if busy, when crowded. Sometimes it's empty, and I go through there and I feel obligated to get off and walk, even though it's completely empty because of the sign. And I'm a rule follower, but a lot of people aren't. And I feel like if we want common sense to guide us, we put up a bunch of things on Laurel. The first sign that says no walking and no biking in this, exit lane, which is like the only place to walk when you're entering from the street, is not common sense. Then you move. There's one thing after another that's not common sense. I think it messes with people's minds to some extent. I just would like to see some of that signage revisited and made more and redone in a way that will not produce this kind of this level of not just noncompliance, but outright trying to be a problem. I think that's the main thing I wanted to say for now. And I'll talk more about the other thing is that I want to see kids have more alternatives. I'm really pushing for a temporary pilot bike skate park of some sort, a pump track, something that kids can burn off this steam that they need to be doing, that they can be redirected to, that you can have a conversation and then redirect them, talk to them about the issues. I think those are all important aspects of this, protecting this amazing thing that you've built on Laurel, for which many, many of us are super grateful. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sonia. Were there any other callers, Crystal?
No, I don't see any other callers.
Okay. All right. Any other questions of Jeff or staff by my fellow council members? Okay. Now we're going to move on to item 9B, which is to get a report on skate parks. My action list does not necessarily show a report. So was there any brief comments, Jeff, or maybe Amy, that you guys wanted to make before we talk about it?
Good evening, Mayor Collins and Council. No comments. I'm happy to answer questions if you have any.
Okay. Well, thank you for what you did write. It looks like this is something that's been on an unfunded list for a while, and it's something that that you've obviously looked at, and we've had. And you've looked at the other cities and that sort of thing. So I'm not seeing any hands raised from my fellow council members. I would assume, Crystal, that we may have some public comment.
I will post up I'll post up the.
All right. So why don't you do that? And then in the meantime, we do have a couple hands raised. So Adam, you want to go ahead?
I think Mark had his hand up first. I'll let him go first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Adam. That's fine. I would have been happy to go after you. But I just wanted to say that this is actually an idea I remember exploring when I first joined the council, and there wasn't much support at the time from the council back then. Skate parks are not necessarily the cheapest thing in the world to do, to build, but there are plenty of communities that have them. They're, like anything, there's pluses and minuses to them. I do think that it would certainly be something, I would certainly support exploring whether or not we can find a place to create such a thing. Whether it's temporary or more permanent, I'll leave up to whatever staff review comes out of it, assuming the council gives that kind of direction. But for a certain segment of our youth population, it would be a very attractive thing, and I think it done right, it can be done successfully. So I hope there'll be support for at least having staff look into it.
Okay, Adam.
I'll just go next. Thank you, Mayor Collins. Thanks, Mark, for those comments as well. I think especially given the pandemic and sort of all looking for outlets to get people out of the house, I know that Caltrain decided that they were not going to allow a temporary skate park in their parking area, which was a disappointment, but I'm hoping that we can potentially have staff kind of look around if there are any temporary options as well. I'd be interested to see if maybe could reach out to the school districts, and schools are, online. Is there extra facilities there, extra areas that might be, possible for a temporary solution? I think the larger solution, the long term, it has some, more broader budget implications. I think that just would take a larger discussion, but I think a temporary one is make it worth staff taking a look at. And so I would support Mark's proposal.
Laura?
Thank you, Mayor Collins. So I'm in alignment that I think, trying to find something for our teen youth is of value, right? This has been a gap in our programming for a while. One of the things that's just been unclear to me about this particular skate park is who's the owner operator of that. And it sounded to me, based on some conversations I had with a community member, that it would be someone in the community who would be responsible for owning and operating it. So therefore, what I'm not clear about is what is the role of this city in this particular case. So I'm not sure that having staff look into something that may or may not be the responsibility of the city at this point is, I'm just confused about where this, who the intended owner operator is of this. Thank you.
So I assume, Jeff, that would be part of a staff report that would be put together. Hello, Jeff? Or
sorry, I just cut my finger.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was going for something to put around it. Yeah, we'd be happy to include that in a staff report if that's something you're looking at. I believe this has been attributed to a local business primarily. We have not had conversations with that business about what they're proposing or how this would work. It's all been kind of third-party communication, so we'll ask our Parks and Rec department to reach out to them with some support from our city attorney's office to understand some other requirements around insurance and those kinds of things, as well as reach out to the school district to see what their position might be, and then put those parties together.
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Jeff, it occurred to me, if you wouldn't mind adding to that, there are some neighboring communities, I think either Millbrae or Burlingame used to do one or both, that may have skate parks already. I don't know whether they're city owned and operated or whether a third party owns and operates them, or what relationship there is, but it might be useful to look around and talk to people who may have stuff and see what models they're using.
Yeah, we're familiar. We have some experience on staff with folks who've worked in other jurisdictions that have had temporary skate parks. And I would say that, the experiences that have been shared with us have not been good experiences in terms of either usage or maintenance requirements, injuries, and drug use. Those tend to be the some of the primary cautions that we've heard from other agencies in regards to these. And I know a number of cities on the peninsula who've had temporary skate parks have later sought to close those facilities.
Well, it may be an opportunity. Those are all important issues. It may be an opportunity for San Carlos to once again demonstrate its creativity in solving problems.
Okay. So, Laura, I did not hear either way whether or not this is something that you would like to see come before us. And I have yet to hear from Sarah, so I wanted to clarify how you felt about it.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, Ron, it really has to do with a fact. I'm unclear in terms of what the ask is of the city, and if this is to be owned and operated by somebody in the community, I'm not sure what role the city would play.
Mm-hmm. All right, but I suppose that would be something that staff would determine. Sarah, you didn't raise your hand. I just want to know if you had any thoughts on it.
I concur. I think that Jeff's plan to put the parties together and, discuss next steps is the appropriate course of action. So I support that.
All right. So we have some direction to at least have staff look into this and come back to us when they're ready. Okay. We're going to, Crystal, were there any other public comments?
We do have 3 calls on the line.
Okay, great. I didn't want to leave it before we heard from the public. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, caller ending in 632. Thank you for calling back in with your public comment. You will have 2 minutes and you should be able to unmute yourself right now. You may have to press *6. There you go.
Hi. I can't tell if this is my turn to talk, so I'm just going to talk.
Yes.
This is Sonia. And again, yes, so I would like to say that we, let's see. Thank you, Mark, for saying that San Carlos can raise the bar and be the creativity that the peninsula needs to see. I think we can be more creative about how we do things. We can learn from other people's mistakes. We're a very smart community. I would like to see our community taken advantage of in terms of using residents, businesses, ideas to support this. If we don't give our kids appropriate places to burn off steam physically, they will continue to push ever more strongly and at higher risk into places it's not appropriate. But my biggest concern is that the moment they're old enough to drive a car, they start trying to burn off steam in a car and not on a bike or on a skateboard. And that steam needs to be burned off physically, and it gets really dangerous. So essentially, when a person tries to use a car, not a person, but when a young person especially tries to burn off physical, mental, emotional steam and excess energy through driving, you transfer that risk from, a localized risk of a skate park into the community. And suddenly whatever small child, pedestrian, elderly neighbor, pet, wild animal, whatever is trying to cross the street gets caught in the crossfire. So I highly, highly urge us to consider the angles of liability that are not just, is somebody going to bump their head, sprain their ankle, their wrist, whatever, in the skate park. Injuries are one of the ways that we learn. There's no question. And there will be injuries. That's also not a question. But I would strongly urge you also to consider that the risks need to be borne to a greater extent by the risk taker rather than putting those risks onto the community when you don't have a quote unquote safe place to get hurt. So I would just urge you to consider that it's not just about getting hurt in a high risk activity. It's about if you don't give a place to get hurt, you're doing a high risk activity. How is this risk being transferred to the rest of the community and innocent parties in particular? That's what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. We have another caller.
Yes. Good evening, caller ending in number 847. Thank you for calling back with your public comment. You'll have 2 minutes, and you should be able to unmute yourself right now.
Hi, this is Josie Gillen, calling at the right time now. Just adding comment. Thank you, Sonia. I think you summed it up well. I just want to echo as well what Sonia said. Really feel that the kids need a place to blow off steam. At the moment, it seems to be the kids are hanging out a lot at Burton Park. I think there's real concerns that there's nowhere for our children to be. I have a 16-year-old son and a 14-year-old daughter, both who would use a skate park. Very much appreciate hearing everybody's openness to at least investigate this further, and really happy to hear the comment about, yes, that we've heard that there's drugs and things in other parks, but let's see if there is a way that we could hold San Carlos up as the model that could do this correctly. Thank you so much.
And I believe we had another caller, Crystal.
Yes. Good evening, caller ending in 219. Thank you for calling back in. It is your time to speak now. If you, you should be able to go ahead and unmute yourself now, and you'll have 2 minutes. There you go.
I believe we had another
Caller ending in 219.
219. Thank you for calling back in.
Hello.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
You may want to.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you may want to.
We can hear you.
Mute your meeting behind you, so there's no echo.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry. Just to unmute the other. Okay. Anyways. Yeah. So anyways, I think this probably should work. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the council today. Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Because I hear conversations in the background. Anyways, yeah, thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. And I also wanted to, oh, I see, this is my own echo. I'm gonna ignore that. And I also wanted to thank Sonia Elks for spearheading the bike and skate park efforts that is undergoing. My name is Ara Vagashakian, and I'm representing Society Skate Shop on Laurel Street in San Carlos. We have been in skateboarding business for 15 years, pioneering skateboarding camps and lessons on the peninsula for and teaching more than 19,000 kids with 0 injuries, and have not been a subject of any lawsuits so far. Skateboarding is perceived to be a dangerous sport, but any sport is dangerous. But I'm here to talk specifically about the liability issues. And I have to say that there were very good questions raised, on the call. And since we've been in the business for 15 years, I just want to be able to speak to your representatives who are researching this, because we believe that we have a lot of the answers. Anyways, for your information, the AB 1296 bill was passed in 1995. This bill made skateboarding a hazardous activity, which means that the individuals assume the risk when they are participating in this sport, very much like bicycling, basketball, football, and any other sport. The legal shift in effect, criminalized the activity, and as a result, more than 2,000 skate parks were built between 1995 and 2005. We reached out also to Redwood City to understand the legal ramifications of having the skate park, and they said skate park falls under the CA Health and Safety Code. As long as signs are posted, the organization is exempt from liability from injuries sustained. And you can, of course, read that, read this information on the net, on the network for further and more detailed information. You might be surprised to know that, basketball is a much more dangerous sport. They have, I read reports on the internet that for basketball, there are reported 500,000 injuries. For football, 340,000 injuries. For baseball, very similar. Whereas for skateboarding, there's only 60,000 injuries reported. We discussed the idea of a San Carlos skate park several times with the city Parks and Rec in the past 10 years. The objections were budget, and we are not asking for any money now for this trial skate park. It was liability issues, and if you look at the factual information, that leads us to take this off the table as well. And the location is the only thing that Sonia and I, and this effort is asking the city to identify and not even pay for, but just identify a location where we can build a mini park on a trial basis. It's not that it's going to stay there forever. As a trial basis, which is going to serve as a proof of concept, so to speak, for this. So, this is all I wanted to say. I'm just wishing that we'll be thrilled to have discussions ongoing with representatives of the city going forward and kind of drill down into the subject. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Era. Do we have any other speakers, Crystal?
No, I'm not seeing any other calls right now.
Okay. All right. I think staff has direction on this. We're going to move on to item 10A. This is consideration of introducing an ordinance amendment amending Chapter 8.50 of the San Carlos Municipal Code, traffic impact fee. And I think that's going to be, are we going to have Mark Spencer?
So, Mr. Mayor, this is Stephen Machida.
Oh, hi, Steve.
Hi. I just wanted to introduce Mark. So,
okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council member, Stephen Machida, Public Works Director. So, what's before you tonight is we're going to be talking about the traffic impact fee. And so, we actually hired W-Trans, one of our traffic engineers, to actually do the Nexus study. And so, we have tonight Mark Spencer, as well as Andre Huff. And of course, we also have our city engineer, Grace Lee, available to answer any questions. So I'll turn the presentation over to Mark. So Mark, why don't you go ahead?
Okay. Thank you for having me here this evening. It's a pleasure to be before the council once again. Tonight we have a brief presentation on an update to the city's traffic impact fee. And I'm going to give a presentation on the Nexus study, take you through the process and what our findings were and the recommended fee. Then we'll have time for questions and answers. So at this point, I don't think I have screen control. So next slide, please.
You do actually have control if you want it.
Okay, I'll try that.
Or I'd be happy to help flip through it.
All right, we'll see how that goes, Crystal. Thank you. The agenda of the outline of my presentation tonight. The purpose of the Nexus study, a traffic impact fee Nexus study, the background, the findings, what projects we've identified for inclusion in the traffic impact fee, the cost estimation process, and then most importantly, the proposed TIF schedule itself. Okay.
Mark, I apologize if you could maybe just adjust your volume a little bit. I don't know if it's just me, but I'm having a little difficulty hearing you. He turned off his mic.
Mark, you muted yourself.
Okay, is this better? Can you hear me?
A little bit better, I think.
Okay.
I'll know soon.
Okay, if not, please let me know. Okay, so first of all, what are traffic impact fees or transportation impact fees? These ensure new development and redevelopment of parcels pay a proportional fair share contribution for their costs of new transportation infrastructure that's deemed necessary. Increased development means increased demand on the city's existing transportation network, and by paying the fee, a development project will have contributed its fair share or proportionate share to mitigating a project's impacts to the citywide transportation system. And it's important to note that this only applies to new projects and newly generated trips. So trips that are on the road today and projects that are already in existence have already been assessed their fees or are not part of this future impact fee program. As a background, California Assembly Bill 1600 requires the local agency establish a reasonable relationship or a nexus between the fee and the purpose for which it is charged. And the traffic impact fee nexus study, which we prepared, establishes that nexus that's required legally between transportation improvement projects and the fees of which they're assessed. The current impact fee schedule in San Carlos was set in 2015, and this is the current fee schedule that you see before you. There's a range of fees, but one of the more common ones that people like to benchmark and understand is every single family residential unit gets assessed $3,052 per dwelling unit. And that's roughly, the one that most people use to compare apples to apples across city to city to city. For example, an office, which would be on a per square foot basis, would be about $4,500 per 1,000 square feet of office space. And there's, as you see, several land uses that we've analyzed. And you'll see how these scale up with the new fee schedule, as well as how they compare to other cities in just a few slides. Okay. So what projects were included in the existing transportation fee? So it was developed, as I said, 5 years ago, and it analyzed conditions in 2030. It's a general plan build-out condition. 7 intersections at that time were projected to operate deficiently. That would mean at a poor level of service, which is a term that we often use, or something that needs operational improvements. There were feasible improvements that were identified at 5 of those locations. And since 2015, with the money that's been collected, 1 improvement has been constructed of the 7 that were identified and the 5 that actually have improvements identified. 2030 land use assumptions, what we're looking at is a typical morning commute and afternoon commute analysis periods. This is something in traffic engineering that we hang our hat on quite a bit. The general plan land use at the time allowed for development of about 1,400 new residential units over the build out of the general plan. That would be about 3,500 new residents and 9,200 additional jobs in that same time period. That's just to kind of give you a scale that if all of that happened, then the deficiencies, corresponding deficiencies would occur and require those improvements. That level of development, the general plan build out, would result in about 21 to 22,000 daily trips a day. That's about 1,500 in the morning peak and another 2,000 in the afternoon peak. I'm going to give you some scale because numbers like this, just people say, well, 20,000 new trips. How do I envision what that means? Or what does 1,500 or 2,000 trips look like? If you're on a freeway, if you're on 101, every lane on 101 or on 280 can carry 2,000 vehicles per hour per lane. That's kind of a common rule of thumb, like on freeways. So you're talking about one freeway lane worth of traffic in 1 hour. That's 2,000 vehicles. So it's a fairly substantial amount of traffic. And if you put that on city streets where it doesn't process and move as quickly, and it gets dispersed throughout local streets and arterials and collectors throughout our city, then you realize, well, we've got to do something to be able to accommodate those 2,000 trips in the afternoon. In the most recent analysis that we've updated, we now have 10 intersections where we've identified the need for transportation improvements. This is a list of the 10 and a map on the left with yellow pins for those with a really keen eye. But this is a list of the 10 intersections. And as you can see, there are 4 of them on El Camino Real and a few others, throughout the city. But you can see they're mostly on that corridor. In terms of auto-centric improvement projects, the things that we look at include things like striping on a roadway, signage, maybe new lane geometry. That would be rearranging of your through and your turn lanes, or conversion of existing lane geometry, maybe adding a turn lane storage, and that may be a left turn lane or right turn lane, and a lot of traffic signal timing upgrades as well. In addition, we looked at bicycle improvement projects. Now, after presenting to the TNC several months back, I think it was pre-COVID when we were there, the suggestion from TNC was clear. We want to see not just auto-centric projects, we want to see projects from our bicycle and pedestrian master plan. let's put those in there. Those could be funded if they're eligible through the transportation impact fee. And so we took that and made those adjustments in the fee. And so we included 37 bicycle projects, which includes about 33 proposed new miles of bicycle facilities, and several pedestrian improvement projects, sidewalks, crosswalks, and some other projects. And we looked at cost estimation, and this is pretty standard engineering cost estimation where we look at all the different elements that go into it, the different units and the sizes. And here's an example, probably one of the more substantial intersection improvements that we'd be looking at Industrial in Britain. That's a $6 million project to, most of it's acquiring public right-of-way and then creating some dedicated turn lanes and some striping improvements. This is just an example. All of these are detailed in the Nexus study itself. And so what it all came down to was there's about $12 million, almost $13 million in improvements that we've identified as necessary to accommodate the build out of the general plan. And we had to split that between how much of that would the developers be responsible for. Remember, new trips are assigned to development, but existing trips, which is the bulk of them, are still the city's responsibility, either through cost sharing arrangements or other types of funding mechanisms. And so we had to figure out what exactly can we attribute to development. And we figured out, well, with 2,000 PM peak hour trips and about $12.8 million in costs to be funded, that's about $6,200, just under $6,200 per PM peak hour trip. That's a little more than double what the current traffic impact fee rate is. And I'll show you why that is. Because when you scale that across the different land uses on this table, we multiply the cost per trip times an ITE, this is the Institute of Transportation Engineers, standard trip generation rate for different land uses. So a single family home generates about 1 trip per peak hour. So that in the middle of the table you can see is why we're using that as a benchmark. And that comes out to about $6,134 here on the right for single family. Office rates would come up to approximately $3,000. Sorry, $7,100. I looked at the wrong line there for a second. And so on. So this scales across different types of land uses. You say, well, okay, where does that place us in relation to other cities, to our neighbors? This table actually shows that San Carlos would still be about in the middle. Recently, Menlo Park updated their transportation impact fee, and their single family home rate is now just over $15,000 per single family home. City of San Mateo is at $4,300. Palo Alto is a little higher at $7,800. Los Altos is pretty close to what we're recommending. They're at $6,700. And we show other land uses across this table as well. But as you can see, it doesn't put San Carlos at the very top, and it doesn't put it at the bottom of the list, which is where East Palo Alto is. And again, cities have discretion. You cannot exceed the maximum under a Nexus study, but you have the discretion to set the fee at whatever desired rate you want. So you can actually do things to incentivize development of certain types or in certain areas, should you choose to do so. So in this case, what is recommended is to charge the maximum allowable fee to give you the most flexibility to achieve those improvements that have been identified. So the fee would be $6,196 per peak hour trip. Also, the transportation fee gets adjusted annually. This already happens. We recommend that you continue to do that based on a construction cost index published in a nationally recognized source. In this case, Engineering News Record is one of the common benchmarking sources that's used for this purpose. Also, a question that comes up quite a bit, should trip credits be allowed if parcels had a previous use there? And if there's been no activity, if it's been vacant for 2 or more years, that's essentially a vacant parcel, whether the building is still standing or not. But if you have a warehouse that's been empty for years and years, or some other parcel that's been empty, no trip credits are applied. Therefore, the new development would be assessed the full rate for all of their new trips without trip credit for any prior use. That actually concludes my brief presentation for this evening. I know I covered quite a bit of material, but I am here available for questions, and I'd like to now turn it back over to the council.
You're muted, Ron.
Yep. Thank you. Crystal, do we have any callers on this item?
No, no callers at this time.
All right. Mark, you have a question or
Yes,
two?
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mark, for a nice presentation. A couple of questions. I'm trying to understand what drove the recommended increase in the fee, because if I recall correctly, it's currently around $3,000 roughly, and it's scheduled to go up to $6,000 if we adopt the recommendation. Is that sort of a rough approximation?
Yes, that is correct.
Given that, so far as I know, the outlook for 2030 isn't significantly different today from what it was in 2015. What's driving the doubling of the rate?
So I think there's a couple of things that will drive it. No pun intended on driving with respect to a traffic impact fee. But the idea here is the cost of improvements is going up, and the number of improvements that we've identified has also increased. Previously, we did not include the bicycle and pedestrian projects. That the current traffic impact fee does not include active transportation projects. They're only auto-centric projects. So we have more projects, and the cost of the improvements has increased quite a bit. So indexing for both of those things is what led to the increase.
As an aside, and this is something that staff could arrange to get back to me offline unless anybody else is interested in it. Off the top of my head, my gut tells me that those two factors, I'd be hard pressed to justify a doubling in cost based on those two factors. And by the way, just to be clear, I'm actually not concerned that we might be, if we adopted the recommendation, we might be adopting too high a number. I actually think that in hindsight, the 2015 number was too low, and I'm concerned that the current number is still too low. And sometimes, you know, when you see a cost curve or a rate curve dramatically accelerate, it's because you're playing catch the rabbit, and I'd like to get ahead of the rabbit. So that's why I'm digging in here a little bit, and I'd like to understand better what drove the increases. Let me also ask the second question I had is, and I may have missed it, but when I was looking at the line item details of the intersections that you were studying, I didn't see the Holly 101 interchange project. And again, if I missed it, that's a simple answer. If it wasn't in the list, I'd like to know why it's not in the list.
Certainly. And I'm looking at the report right now, and I see that Holly 101 is not on the list of that interchange. To the best of my recollection, and I'm not sure why it's not on the list, so I'm going to speculate slightly, which I don't want to do too much here, but that the funding sources for that, have they already, I'm going to ask city staff to chime in here, have those sources been identified and therefore not in the impact fee, or a contribution from the impact fee not included because that's a funded project from other sources?
Grace, can you answer that? Grace?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good evening. Good evening. This is Grace Lee, city engineer. I do want to clarify that it is on the list. It's specified as Industrial Road, Holly Street.
Thank you for that, Grace. My apology. It's this. Yes, it is listed. It's the fifth project listed with an estimated cost of $17.6 million, of which $1.2 million would come from impact fees.
Okay. Again, this is something I'm happy to go through with staff offline. My colleagues know that I have been a fairly strong opponent for the last few years of all of the local money that's being poured into this particular project. And frankly, since almost all, or not, I shouldn't say almost all, a big chunk of the traffic that you're showing as impacting all of our other intersections is going to be flowing through that particular project. I find, and given that the total project cost is in excess of $30 million currently, and a bit of, probably somewhat less than half of that covered by grants and whatnot, I just question whether or not we have accurately captured a sufficient proportion of the project costs that the city is going to be paying for in this calculation. And if not, then I definitely want to make sure that we're being assertive, or at least fair to ourselves and fair to the community at what we're including in it. Because, again, I think an awful lot of that traffic is going to be coming from projects that are going to use that intersection, and it's hard for me to see how the number you just quoted is consistent with that.
All right. Did you have other questions, Mark?
Yeah, just one last quick one. Since I just posed two things that I'd like to do some follow-up on. If we adopt something tonight, and if we come back and find out, and I'm not criticizing anybody here, let's say we find out in 3 months, it's like, well, actually, we could have included X, and then the number wouldn't be 6,000, it'd be 9,000. Can we revisit it, or are we locked into whatever we decide on tonight for the next period of time?
I think I could take that one, Councilmember Obert. Greg Rubens here, City Attorney. Yeah, you're not bound to on doing a revisiting the fee, but there is a process that we need to go through to hold a public hearing like this, and then there's a delay time. And it also, I mean, this exercise is to back up that fee through a nexus study that's backed up by substantial evidence to justify the maximum fee. So it might be a bit of work to look at it again, but legally you can do that at a future date.
Okay, thank you. Let's hope that the offline review turns up no need to do that. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was all I had at this point.
Okay. Mark Spencer, can we go back to that slide that showed the comparison of the cities that had done the study, or where we fit into that cost or the pricing of the traffic impact fee? It had all the other cities, and not all, but several in the area.
Yes, I'm going to try and call up that slide for you right now. And I believe it's right there.
Was it that one?
It's this one right here. Is this the one you're referring to?
Yes, and I apologize. I'm a little difficult. Oh, that's better. That's
Okay.
definitely better. And you said we fit in pretty much in the middle of this. Is that right?
Yes. As I look around at the different rates that are on here, you know, I tend to look. You know, Menlo Park, for example, is now on the high side of most of the different fees. City of Palo Alto also in some respects, but other cities have a smaller fee or lesser fee, and so I think we're somewhere in the middle. And I'm not going to say whether that's good or bad or indifferent. I'm just pointing it out for scale.
Mm-hmm. All right, and we're proposing to basically double the fee from 5 years ago. Is that correct?
Right. I will say this with respect to doubling of fees. We do quite a few traffic impact fees around Bay Area, Northern California, and it is not unusual when resetting a fee after it's been 5 years, sometimes more, that we see fees that double or triple from one iteration to the next. And that's partially for the reasons that I just said in terms of the number of projects and the cost of those projects that need to be implemented through the fee.
Okay, can you walk me through that again? In other words, I'm a developer and I'm going to build a $15 million project. What does that mean to me in terms of fees?
Okay, so you would propose a project, and the transportation analysis for that project would calculate the estimated number of vehicle trips on a peak hour basis. And hypothetically, whatever that project is, I'm going to say, let's say it generates 500 new peak hour trips. And so you would take that number of 500, and if that project is a purely office project, you would multiply 500 times the rate for office. And in that case, what we would recommend, I just flipped ahead for San Carlos, we would say, okay, at $7,125 per 1,000 square feet, and that equals a cost of $61.96 per new trip, then you'd multiply that $61.96 times the number of trips. It would also be the equivalent of $7,100 times the number of square feet, or per 1,000 square foot basis. That would be a fairly substantial impact fee that project would generate. Using this hypothetical, and I don't know, a $15 million project could be any number of things. So I might be off on scale, but that's how it would be applied. You would find the number of trips, and you would multiply it by, by this table.
So just to simplify it further, if the fee's $6,000 and my project's going to generate 100 trips,
6,000 times 100 would be your traffic impact fee.
$600,000 fee?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And typically what applicants look for, I'm sorry to interrupt, but what applicants look for is certainty. They obviously want to know what the fee is and what they're going to have to pay, whether it's water or traffic or other types of impact fees, but they want that certainty. They want to be able to look at a table and say, okay, I'm going to propose this. This is what my fees will be, and I want to know what that covers. And this provides that mechanism.
So let's assume for a moment, again, that we adopt the fee as recommended. And based on that schedule that you showed me, are we pretty much in the same ballpark with, in the middle of the playing field with the other cities?
Well, with respect to, the easy one to pick out is single family homes, because that's like a 1-to-1 ratio. So if you look at the second column where it says single family, and you look at what these other cities are charging, ranging from the lowest is actually, it looks like Redwood City at $1,600 per single family home, to Menlo Park at $15,000. And you see where the other ones land: 4,000, 1,600, 78, 4,600. We're Menlo Park's an outlier, but other than that, we're kind of in the middle of the pack overall. And if you compare that with some of the other land uses that are on this table, I think you would find that San Carlos falls similarly with the recommended fee falls similarly. There are some instances in here where the fees are deliberately have been lowered to incentivize certain types of development. And you can tell that because certain fees either haven't been changed in a while or they've been indexed lower to encourage certain types of development. Places that are encouraging a lot of housing development are going to lower their residential fees in order to encourage that housing that might otherwise have gone to other cities. On the same time, and similarly with other land uses, if you're trying to incentivize office or retail type development, there are also exemptions from fees that some of these cities have put in for things like daycare centers or other types of uses.
Okay. Mark, I'm going to come back to you. We haven't heard from Sarah in a bit.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope that's okay with you, Mark. I have two questions. I'm wondering if the impact fees that we receive, does that money have to be used for the specific projects that are listed? Because I noticed that there's a portion in the report that says fees collected to fund construction of the transportation improvements identified in this Nexus study, among other things that at the time of potential future development may be warranted to mitigate traffic impacts. So could other projects be the among other things? Can that fall in that category?
I think the way to interpret that would be there are, in that standard kind of language out of AB 1600 and how fees get applied, you have to apply them to the specific projects that are listed, or general transportation improvements that might be listed under, say, active transportation In this case, I believe we have very specific projects listed for bicycle and pedestrian improvements as opposed to citywide traffic calming improvements, those types of blanket categories. If you're collecting this money and you're holding that money, it has to legally be applied to something that is listed or implied through the traffic impact fee, the Nexus study.
Okay. All right. And then I wanted to voice a concern about, I think it's great to include the bicycle and pedestrian master plan in this. I just want to once again voice my concern that there are a lot of traffic improvements that are needed in our hillside neighborhoods that are not listed in that plan. So I'm not sure if there's a way to include those later or I guess there's no way to look at those later, but I am concerned that the plan is not comprehensive yet due to some delays. I don't know if Grace, you have any insight on that?
Well, I believe that we're probably talking about the school audits, the project that would come out of the school audits that would plan to be attachment to the master plan. At that point, we'd have a better idea of what those improvements are, and we can have a better estimate of what that cost is. Then we can update the fee to include that. But I think, as Mark said, without having a concrete improvement amount, it's hard to attach the fee towards it at this point.
If I could add to that, what a traffic impact fee program includes typically are also things that have been identified as deficient in the future, as an identified need. And so all of the intersection or roadway improvements are identified as deficient. It doesn't mean there's other projects that might not be worthy, a traffic calming program, a safe route to school program or something. Those tend to get funded through other sources and not necessarily through a transportation impact fee. So there's the rules on the transportation impact fee are fairly tight in terms of what can and cannot be included. So you have an identified plan, you have a bicycle and pedestrian master plan with identified projects. That makes it eligible to be put into an impact fee program. But other projects can be funded through other sources, if not through the impact fee. But they have to be part of that kind of a structure or identified as a future deficiency in a plan in order to make it into the impact fee and draw that nexus.
Okay, thank you. That's it for my questions.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of thoughts. One thing I forgot to mention in my earlier questions and comments, and then one thing sparked by the exchange that Ron and Mark were having. We often, when we look at making changes to our fees, we look at how we fit into our neighboring communities, so whether it's this kind of fee or whether it's garbage fees or whatever. And that's a perfectly reasonable thing to do, particularly when it comes to something that may have an impact on development, on future development. But one thing that I just want to remind everybody we need to be cognizant of is, proportionally speaking, I don't know that too many of those other communities on this list are going to be going through the kind of monumental scale up in, just even in commercial office space that we're likely to be going through by 2030. I know you guys have heard me repeat this a lot, but we could very easily see our, going from 1.4 million square feet of office space today to, 3.5 or more million square feet of office space by 2030. We may, as a result, actually need to be an outlier, okay? Because we're just an outlier in terms of the pace of development. So that's just one thing for the council to keep in mind. And related to that is just like we're seeing this time, where we did the fees fee study a few years ago, and now we're doing it again, which is right and proper, and we're looking at a fairly significant increase. And you've heard Mark refer several times to it's when intersections and issues are found that are deficient. Okay, that is a function in part of what we believe is going to be developed. And so I would submit to you guys, I mean, you're going to be on the council, I'm not, after this December, anytime that planning gets a sense that we're going to have there's something significantly new that's happened, or it's gotten sufficiently crystallized that it's likely to be a factor in assessing traffic impacts, I think you really ought to redo this study, because otherwise you will be chasing a rabbit constantly, because the law is designed to say you can't just hypothetically say, well, we think there might be a bunch of development happening, so we're going to charge everybody more money. Conversely, as soon as we're reasonably sure that we've met the standard specified in the law, we should redo the study if we think it's going to affect the outcome. So that's just a couple of comments I wanted to pass along.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Crystal, do we have any public speakers?
No one calling in.
All right. Adam, did you have a question, or would you like to move to close the public hearing?
One question, then I will gladly close the public hearing.
Okay.
Can you, I don't have it in front of me and I don't want to scroll back through and I don't remember. Is anything around, we've got some developments happening up around Alameda that are going to be sort of significant from a housing standpoint, probably, between a couple of different projects. So is that corridor included in this traffic impact study? And those are things we know are coming.
Yes, and so at such time as, for example, 808 Alameda de la Pulgas or some other project up in that way, the whole city is included citywide.
So but I'm saying for the traffic impact in terms of the studying what improvements may need to be done around there, were those listed in the list? Okay, I just didn't see that. I may have just missed it, so I just want to confirm that. Okay, that's the only question I had. So. Mr. Mayor, I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Sorry, we have a motion and a second. Crystal?
Vice Mayor Parlohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Okay, let us then, we need to have a motion.
I move to introduce ordinance number
1562.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Carlos amending Chapter 8.5 of the San Carlos Municipal Code, traffic impact fee.
I'll second.
Okay. And we have a motion and a second. Discussion. Laura. You're muted. You're muted, Laura. There you go.
So I appreciate the staff bringing this forward. Clearly the fee is important as it helps to pay for infrastructure to offset the impact of development in our community. I'm in line with bringing our fees into alignment with our neighboring communities. And I particularly appreciated the Traffic and Circulation Commission's recommendation that we include elements of the bike and ped plan that we recently adopted into this, as well as the various intersections that were noted as prioritized. I think it is worthy that we continue to keep an eye on other areas of the city as they become identified, and as well, to Mark's earlier point with respect to the development that's planned on the east side, we want to make sure that that the impact of that is also taken under consideration. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on this? I'm not seeing any hands raised. So going once, going twice. Crystal, please call the roll.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Palmer Lohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack? Sorry, Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Okay.
Backup hand signals, like thumbs up, thumbs down.
Mr. Biden, I thought I was unmuted, but I was muted. So.
It's a continual issue, isn't it? All right, we're going to move on to 10B, consideration of adopting a resolution increasing the city's parking in lieu fee to $25,000 per parking space in accordance with the findings of the San Carlos Downtown Parking in Lieu Fee Update Study. Adam Aronson, are you your name is down, you're up.
That's right. All right. Crystal, do I have control here?
Yes, that's your mouse moving.
All right, great, thank you. All right, so I'm here tonight to provide you with a presentation on a proposed update to the city's parking exception fund, and more specifically, our parking in lieu fee. Now, this presentation was given to the Planning Commission back in February, and then was given to the Transportation and Circulation Commission in May. Both of those commissions did provide feedback on the fee amount, which I'll mention at the end of this presentation. All right, so to begin with a little background, the parking fund was first established.
Adam, oh, there we go. Okay, thanks.
Oh, I see. Sorry about that.
Way up there.
Is it okay now?
Yep, no, you're great.
Okay. All right, so beginning with a little background, the parking fund was first established in 1970 with the goal of collecting and distributing funds for the acquisition and improvement of public parking facilities. And I should note here that the money in the fund does not have to go directly to the creation of new parking. It can also go towards studies and programs that help to reduce the need for parking or improve efficiency, such as restriping of existing public lots. Now, soon after the creation of the parking fund, an in lieu fee was established at $6,500 per space. And then in 1999, the fee was increased to $13,000 and tied to annual increases in the Consumer Price Index. Then in 2011, the zoning ordinance was updated to clarify that a fee can be paid in lieu of providing parking for projects located within a parking assessment district. Now, today, with the increases in CPI, the fee now stands at $17,936 per space. All right. On this slide, you will see a map of the parking assessment districts in San Carlos. There have been 4 different districts established over the years, but they essentially cover the downtown blocks on Laurel Street. For the sake of simplicity, you can ignore the different colored boundaries and just look at the greatest outline that appears on the map here. So for a project to be eligible for the parking in lieu fee, they have to be located in one of these 4 districts and then meet one of 2 other criteria. So the project either has to result in square footage being added or a change of use occurring. So for example, if a nail salon became a restaurant or a second floor was added to a building, the parking in lieu fee could then apply. Now in recent years, our fee has fallen behind the true cost of creating parking, and so we engaged Economic Planning Systems to conduct a study to update the fee. Now the study determined that if the city were to construct a 3-level parking garage with 1 level underground and also had to acquire the land to build the garage on, it would likely cost $77,300 per parking space. Now, if the city was just constructing a service level lot on land it already owns, the cost would likely be much lower, but what this scenario does is give us a maximum cost that we can legally justify charging for the parking in lieu fee. So we then conducted a financial analysis studying what kind of impact setting the fee at this maximum level would have on 3 different hypothetical projects. Now, the 3 projects we looked at were a 4-story mixed-use building with ground floor retail and residential above. It's very similar to what you'd see at Wheeler Plaza. Then a 3-story mixed-use building with ground floor retail and office above. And then what we most commonly see within the assessment districts is a conversion of ground floor retail to something like a restaurant use. So if you look at the chart on this slide, you'll see the maximum fee amount in the first row. The percentages that then follow are how much of an increase in either rent or sale price would be needed to offset this fee amount. So if the fee was set at $77,300 per space, a property owner that converted what was office space into restaurant space would need to raise the rent 14.5% to offset the higher parking in lieu fee. We then work backwards to see what the fee would need to be for it to have less of an impact on something such as a change of use. And we found that if the fee was set at $25,000, an increase of only 0.5% would be needed under the change of use scenario. Under the 3-story office project, the increase needed would be 14.6%, while under the 4-story residential project, the increase needed would be 6.7%. And this next slide shows some of our neighboring cities that have parking in lieu fees and the amounts that each of them charge per space. You'll see that San Carlos is currently at the bottom of this list, while both Redwood City and San Mateo charge about $25,000 per space. Mountain View and Palo Alto are both much higher, with Palo Alto at the very top, charging $67,700 per space. I'll also quickly mention here that our neighbor Belmont does not currently charge a parking in lieu fee, or have a parking in lieu fee. With this in mind, staff are recommending that the fee be increased from $17,936 to $25,000. The justification for this is that it would decrease the impact on small use changes and then also keep us in line with neighboring jurisdictions such as Redwood City and San Mateo that have fees of approximately $25,000 per space as well. I'll also note here that the $25,000 fee, it would still be tied to CPI, so there would be annual increases as well. Now, I should also note that the Planning Commission felt a fee of $25,000 was reasonable, but they wanted the council to consider increasing it to $30,000 per parking space. Conversely, the Transportation and Circulation Commission believed that the fee should remain at its current level based on the idea that the lower fee makes downtown San Carlos more vibrant and attractive to current and new businesses. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
All right. Before we take questions, Crystal, are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this item?
I'm not seeing any calls at this time.
Okay, thank you. Adam, let's go to you.
All right. I unmuted correctly this time. Thank you, Mayor Collins. And Adam, I don't know if you know this answer or whether Greg might be better fit for this. So I noticed on the map the zones, the parking zones, right? And I noticed in the report that those hadn't been updated since the 60s or hadn't changed since the 60s. What is the process if we were to try to expand those parking in lieu zones? Because to me, it seems like there's areas of El Camino and others that where the downtown is kind of shifted or is sort of enlarged that, you know, we might want to look at that as an option as a future agenda item. But I was kind of confused why nothing's been done for 50, 60 years around the downtown parking zones.
Yeah. Greg or Al, if either of you don't mind, I'd like to defer that one to you.
Okay, well, I think this is based on my recollection of how our parking plazas were built over the years. Since our office represented San Carlos for so long, I remember speaking with the former city attorney, who was the city attorney back in the 50s when Wheeler Plaza and Clark Plaza were acquired by the city through assessment districts. I think that's what you're referring to.
So the chart, so at the first slide or the first, second or third slide, there was a chart that showed some assessment districts, right?
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Right. And so I guess I'm trying to understand why we've never looked at expanding those assessment districts for parking and lieu fee.
Yeah, that's where I thought you were going. So this would probably take some more granular research to figure out the process for updating or changing an assessment district. But each one of those districts were established and then bonds were issued from those districts to pay for acquisition of the property. So each district had the property owners in each of those districts agreed to assess themselves a certain amount of money per year to acquire South Plaza, Clark Plaza, and Wheeler Plaza, and Williams Plaza. So each one of those plazas, bonds were issued, and then the assessments paid for the bonds. And the bonds have long since been retired because these plazas were purchased a long time ago. So to do a new assessment district, we might want to look at one big assessment district, for example, instead of having these smaller ones. And then we'd identify a project under the same act that I think it's the Act of 1911 is the one that is usually preferred, but there are a couple of these acts to establish assessment districts. And then you would have a vote. And then if the property owners agree to assess themselves, they would, that same process could be employed for a new project.
Okay, thank you. That's how I appreciate the history. I just was trying to understand. It looked very odd and piecemeal to me. That's helpful to. I'm going to mull this over for a while. So thank you. That's the only question I had. Adam, thank you for the presentation. Very well done.
All right, thanks, Adam. Laura?
Great, thank you. And just to build on Adam's question, because I noted that too, so I'm glad that you brought that up, Adam. Would a review of that, would that be something that would be done typically in a downtown area plan? I know we had talked about doing that at some point and it's been deprioritized because of COVID and other things, but is that where that work would take place, Greg?
Actually, maybe I could step in with this one, Greg. You could do it separately. I mean, it could be looked at as part of a broader study, but we could also just look at the parking district, assessment district, you know, in it because of itself. And as Greg mentioned earlier, typically it's for a city that wants to build a new parking garage or buy land to create parking in a surface parking lot or something like that.
Okay, so okay, thank you. All right, and then my next question has to do with the fact that with respect to communicating these fees, I had occasion to talk to a small business owner who moved in to a newer building downtown and was caught off guard by these fees. And that was at the lower rate. Now we're talking about going to a higher rate. So could you help me understand how, you know, these fees for small business owners are communicated and what that looks like?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I guess the first thing I'll point out is that the fee is an option. The first requirement is that they provide the parking, but then in these particular assessment districts, if they prefer not to provide the parking or if it's not a possibility, then they can pay the fee as an alternative if they're within one of the assessment districts. And yeah, typically they wouldn't be informed of that option until they were submitting plans to the planning department.
Laura, did you want to ask, were you clear on that answer?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Mark?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Adam, for a nice presentation. A couple of questions. Let me first start building off of Greg's little history lesson. So Greg, was it the case that there were, as far as you can recall, that there were bonds issued to create parking or something like that in years gone by? I seem to recall that, like the original Wheeler Plaza, something like that was done. In other words, the businesses in that area paid some or all of the cost of setting up that parking lot. But that's what I'm trying to understand, is whether those assessment districts actually translated into the creation of parking.
They did. So what happened was likely, and I can do the official research on this if it's needed, but what happened was the people in the surrounding Wheeler Plaza voted to assess themselves to buy the property. Now, you keep in mind this in your mental map of Wheeler Plaza before the current structure was there. The lots along Laurel Street extended halfway into Wheeler Plaza. So the acquisition was the back portions of all those lots became the public parking lot. And so they all agreed in common to assess themselves. And then my understanding is that bonds were issued and then those assessments paid off the bonds. And if I wasn't clear before on that. So that's the way you would do that. And they had the assessment required a vote. And actually to this day, many of those owners have some credits for the parking that they paid for essentially through the assessment district. So some of those properties have kind of have some parking spaces assigned to them and indirectly. They're not exclusive or anything, but they're just, they have some rights because they contributed to some parking downtown. And
no, that's fine. Thank you. Second question is, if we adopt a fee, whatever fee we adopt, Is the council or the planning commission, if we delegate authority to them, are they allowed to waive it in whole or in part for a particular applicant, or based on certain specific considerations, or is that not allowed? It's just that no, it's an in lieu fee, and if you're going to pay it, you have to pay the same fee as everybody else.
Well, we'd have to write it into the fee schedule if there were any exemptions that the council wanted. And I'm thinking that there was an exemption for some of our fees that we've written in for childcare centers for similar impact fees. I don't know if it was this fee, but I mean, so it is possible to have exemptions, but they have to be specified, and it can't really be on a case-by-case discretionary. It has to be by use or some other criteria.
I figured that'd probably be the case, but I thought I'd ask anyway. Okay, so building on that stuff and basically the staff report as well, I'd like to just make a couple of brief comments here. That history lesson Greg was just giving us, my sense is, my recollection is, that's probably the last time any property owners, any business property owners in San Carlos paid for parking. I think every other bit of parking, certainly the Wheeler Garage, was created by public funds and created by either direct expenditure of public funds, or in the case of like Wheeler Plaza, it was created by us selling the property to the developer for a very nominal fee, and in exchange getting back a bunch of additional parking spaces. And the point of that I just like my colleagues to keep in mind is what the staff recommendation is coming out of this report is we have a situation where the true cost, as best we can tell, for creating a parking space is $77,000. And we're debating what level of subsidy we want to provide for parking. I can tell you, based on several industries that I've worked in the private sector, providing subsidies is almost always a bad idea. It just continually gets worse and worse and worse, and you end up in a situation where the longer you go into it, the further you go along that road, the harder it is to rectify things. Okay, you see that in San Carlos today. I mean, for the last few years, all the years I've been on the council, there have been complaints about inadequate parking. Even with the addition of Wheeler Plaza, there still are complaints. I mean, they're being suppressed right now because of COVID-19 suppressing traffic, of inadequate parking. And the obligation for all of that to satisfy that need is sitting on the back of the city, which means we have to allocate scarce community resources to fund parking. Personally, I actually think that, at the very least, what we ought to do, if we're going to have any subsidy at all with this going forward, is we ought to split the cost of providing new parking in an in lieu fee on a 50-50 basis. Clearly, the community gets, with property owners, clearly the community gets benefit from having a business to go visit and having a place to park their cars. On the other hand, the business owners also benefit from people parking in the spaces in order to go buy goods in their stores. It's kind of like the situation in the sidewalks, the way we have them nowadays, where we split the cost of repairing sidewalks 50-50 with the adjacent property owners. So, my comment is that I like 25,000 better than 17,000, but personally, I think we ought to be at least at 36,000 or 38,000, whatever half of 77,000 is. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mark. Sarah?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Adam, thank you for your presentation. I read in the packet that this fee has only been collected twice in recent years, and I'm wondering if you could give us a little more information about why it's so rare and what those two cases were.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can tell you a bit about both cases. The first one was at 662 Laurel Street. I believe that's where the Sneakers is. There were tenant improvements, and a second story was also added that ended up triggering the need for 2 additional parking spaces. They ended up providing one and then paying the in lieu fee for the other one. And then the other example is 765 Laurel Street. That was the dry cleaners that I believe is turning into a piano bar. And in that case, there was a change of use, but then they're also building out in the back. And so that required an additional 8 parking spaces. And in that case, they are paying the full amount for all of those parking spaces. So they paid the full fee. So truthfully, yeah, it's not collected very often because it's not too common for something in these particular assessment districts to add on a big addition or to change use significantly. Most often you're seeing a restaurant turn into another restaurant, which wouldn't trigger the additional need for parking. But in those cases where you have a nail salon or a hair salon or an office turning into a restaurant, that's when it comes up more often. But that's only happened on a couple of occasions for us recently.
Okay. That's in like the last 5 years, you'd say?
Yeah, exactly. In the last 5 years or so.
Okay. Thank you, Adam. And then I have kind of a off-topic question also related to the packet. It was noted that San Carlos does not have a hotel or industrial parking requirement, and most other cities do. Do you know why we don't?
I don't know if I can personally speak to that. I wonder if Al is able to weigh in.
Sure. That may be, I'm not sure. I'd have to look back at the report, but we do have a requirement for hotels and industrial uses. So we do.
Okay.
It might have had something to do with it being just studied in the assessment districts, in which case there are no hotels or industrial spaces. So that could
be maybe that was the reference. That's what I was kind of referring to.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all for my questions.
Okay. Adam.
I did it again. I started talking without when I was still on mute. First of all, every time someone says, Adam, thank you for the presentation, I think you're talking about me, and you're welcome. But Adam Aronson, great job on the presentation. I just, in terms of the assessment, the dollar amount that you got to 77,000, that number was for a 3-story garage, which included 1-story underground. Is that correct?
That's right. And we tried to go for what would be a more expensive option to get to that maximum level.
That's sort of the highest. I just want to understand what Mark's talking about, the different fees. I mean, because when you start going to underground parking, I'm assuming the cost structure goes up significantly at that point, right? So
yeah.
I'm just trying to think about trying to find the balance. I'm not disputing, Mark, that we need to raise the fee, and I just want to get an understanding of kind of what realistically we would build if we did build a parking garage versus what the cost is on that. So that you sort of went for the high, understand from a rationale, you went for sort of what could be the highest number to show of what that cost could be, and that's around the 77,000.
That's right. And one other thing I'll note there is we also included land acquisition in that cost, and that makes up about half the cost of the entire garage. So that's a big factor in the cost as well. I know some cities don't take that into consideration when they're setting their fee.
Okay, that's helpful. I just want to understand kind of what everything that went into coming up with that number. So that's helpful to have that. Thank you. Oh, I didn't mean to raise my hand again. Thanks.
All right. Laura?
Hi, thank you. I think this has been very good discussion. So I appreciate all the council members' perspectives and questions here. It's making me think that I would personally be interested at a future time to understand all the potential ways that we could look to increase parking, right? I mean, it continues to be an issue. We'll likely hear this in the next agenda item or one of the upcoming agenda items. But what are the various strategies and ways within which, resources can be assembled, right, to create this valuable resources, and what impacts does our current policy have on our community's behavior, and if we want to get people on bikes or walking downtown, how do we motivate that behavior? So I think it's an interesting area for us to explore further.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Mark?
Thank you, Ron. Adam Aronson, not Adam Rack, who both did a great job with their presentations, by the way, as far as I was concerned. Adam Rack, particularly being off the cuff and being really, really good. The exchange you were having with Adam Rack, the sort of prototypical parking garage that you were costing out to come up with the $77,000. My understanding was that you basically were looking at going one floor, you said one floor underground and the rest of it was above ground, plus including land acquisition costs. Is that correct?
That's right. 1 floor underground, 2 floors above, and then including land acquisition. Which
essentially is the model. Actually, that may have been inspired by Wheeler Plaza, because that's exactly how Wheeler Plaza is constructed. Yeah. The comments I guess I'd make is when I heard that, I actually didn't take that to be like the most expensive way that one could create parking in San Carlos. It may be more expensive, you know, if you were building a parking structure or a parking capacity in the middle of nowhere. But the reality is, first of all, we have to get land. It's not like we have a bunch of land lying around, public land lying around we can convert into parking structures. So the land acquisition cost is certainly reasonable. And the other thing is, you know, even if we're going to buy land, most of the parcels are not really big, which would mean you kind of have to go down at least a little bit. And you certainly don't want to necessarily go up, you know, 5 floors or 6 floors or something like that, because that would be aesthetically unattractive. So I guess I would challenge a little bit the notion that $77,000 per space is a high number. I think it's actually, you know, it sounds like a fairly reasonable number given all of the constraints that San Carlos is operating under.
Okay. Is that it, Mark?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Adam, my only question is, so the Planning Commission recommended $30,000 per space, and they felt that they wanted to raise it as much as possible without exceeding nearby communities. I'm not sure I really understand that rationale. Can you help me with that?
Yeah, I can try to. I think they felt that at 25,000, we'd be on par with Redwood City and San Mateo. And their point of view was that going up to 30,000, in their opinion, most likely wouldn't deter someone from going to San Carlos rather than San Mateo or Redwood City. They didn't think it was a big enough difference to dissuade someone.
Okay, I don't know, that just seems, well, like I was thinking earlier, overall, since it's only been imposed a few times, it's almost a symbolic fee, no matter which way you look at it. Okay, well, that was my question. Crystal, did we have any public comment on this?
No, we haven't received any.
All right, and so I don't see any other hand raised. I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close the public hearing.
All right.
Second.
Motion and second. Crystal, call the roll, please.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Palmer Lohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Okay, I believe we need a motion now.
I move to adopt resolution 2020-
63.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos increasing the city's parking in lieu fee to $25,000 per parking space, in accordance with the findings of the San Carlos downtown parking in lieu fee update study.
Okay. And is there a second, or did anyone want to make the alternative proposal? I'm sorry, I interrupted you, Laura. You were seconding that?
I was pausing until you finished your question. So
thank you. Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make an alternative motion.
Okay.
I want to make sure I get the right language here. I move to adopt resolution 2020-63, a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos, increasing the city's parking in lieu fee to $30,000 per parking space.
Okay. Is there a second? I am not hearing a second. All right, so we default back to the first motion. Any discussion before we vote? Any comment? Okay, Crystal, please call the roll.
Councilmember Obert?
No.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Palmer Lohan?
yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. All right, before we move on to item 11, I would like for us to take a 10-minute break. We will come back at 9:22.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you. Item 11A, new business consideration of introducing an ordinance adding chapter 15.20 to the municipal code, title 15, building and construction, to provide an expedited, streamlined permitting process for electric vehicle charging stations. And that is Chris Valley.
Yes, it is.
Hello, Chris.
Hello. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Chris Valley, building official. As you stated, tonight we're considering introducing a ordinance for expedited, streamlined permitting for electric vehicle charging stations. Crystal, can we go to the next? Thank you. Full disclosure, October 8th, 2015, then Mayor Governor Brown approved AB 1236, which requires cities and counties to adopt on or before September 30th, 2017, a streamlined permitting process for electric vehicle charging systems. However, the City of San Carlos Building Division specifically has longstanding policy of expedited permitting for electric vehicle charging permits well before Governor Brown's approval of AB 1236. Currently, folks can get these permits via online via eTrackit, or they can email us a permit application. They'll get the permit within the same day. And we've had a long standing policy of treating permits such as this in that fashion. And next slide, please, Crystal. And very short and sweet, introduction and adoption of this ordinance will bring the city into compliance with AB 1236 and simply memorialize the past and current practices that are already in place. And I'm available for any questions should you have them.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Any questions of Chris by my fellow council members? Crystal, is there any public comment?
No, I'm not seeing any.
All right. Chris, I just have one quick question. Since we've already been doing this, what is the net effect of this ordinance?
It's required that we have this ordinance, long story short. AB 1236, if I'm answering your question correctly, AB 1236 requires cities and counties to have this ordinance. And we just simply have, I'm just going to say, had other priorities that we've been doing over the last 3 or so years. So we're just simply now bringing it to council to make it official, so to speak.
All right, so it's just basically updating things.
It very much a formality, yes.
Okay, great.
And actually, Ron, through the chair, it protects you because I think there's a provision in this particular law that says if you don't have it in place by the end of this year, they arrest the mayor.
Well, I'll vote for it then.
Well, on that note, if there's no other discussion and no public comment, I'll entertain a motion.
Through the chair?
Yes.
I move to introduce ordinance number
1563.
1563, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Carlos adding chapter 15.20 to Municipal Code Title 15, Buildings and Construction, to provide an expedited, streamlined permitting process for electric vehicle charging stations.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Crystal, please call the roll.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Palmer Lohan?
Yes.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. I think that's probably the fastest we ever have acted on any item. Okay. Moving on to 11B, consideration of appointing a voting delegate to represent the City of San Carlos at the annual business meeting of the 2020 League of California Cities Annual Conference and provide direction on the League's resolution. And
that would be me.
Crystal, yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Crystal Moy, City Clerk. So this item is on the agenda for you tonight to discuss and appoint a voting delegate to the League of California Cities. The League of California Cities will be holding its annual conference virtually this year on October 7th, and one important part of this conference is their annual business meeting where League members consider and take action on resolutions that establish League policy. Each member city of the League may, with the approval of the council, designate a city official as its designated voting delegate. And voting delegates must be registered to attend the annual conference in order to cast a vote. And so Vice Mayor Parma Lohan has indicated her interest in attending the League conference this year and is willing to represent San Carlos at the annual business meeting as the voting delegate. Attachment 1 to the staff report is the League's resolution packet with information on the one resolution that's to be considered at the business meeting. And if you'd like to discuss the position and provide direction to the delegate on that resolution, now would be the appropriate time to do so. And that concludes my short presentation.
Mark, sorry, Crystal, I didn't cut you off. I thought I did, but I had muted myself, so I saved myself. Yes, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Crystal. Yeah, I actually wouldn't mind hearing Laura's sense of her view of how she views the resolution. I also had a parallel question to bring up, which might involve a future agenda item. But basically, if we are appointing Laura to attend this meeting on our behalf, should we not also offer to cover her travel expenses?
Yes, completely.
Okay, maybe we are already. I'm not aware of that, but it would seem only fair to me.
For the record, it's a virtual meeting. I'll be Zooming into the meeting.
Well, maybe you need a new computer. No, I know you wouldn't do that. So, but I wouldn't mind hearing your sense of how you see the resolution and what you think ought to be done regarding it.
Go ahead, Laura.
You're muted.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Again, so the question was posed to me, and I thought I obviously need to bring it to council, so it's really at the will of the council as to whether or not I serve in this role. What was interesting to me about this particular item is that it was brought forth by the city of Cerritos, and the city of Cerritos incurred thousands of dollars in damages to respond to online threats of looting, and under current law, they actually have no recourse. There's a loophole in amendment of Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act of 1996 to require social media companies to remove materials which promote criminal activities. So they didn't have any way to get remuneration for the expenses that they incurred as a result to responding to these criminal activities. And so there's a number of cities that have supported the resolution, and I wanted to, bring the opportunity forward to this council for consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, may I ask a follow-on question of Greg?
Sure.
So Greg, I presume that this resolution, I mean, it in and of itself, it doesn't change the law. It's just urging Congress to change the law, correct?
Correct.
And even if Congress did get around to changing the law, it doesn't mean, presumably it ends up being litigated as to whether the original poster of something or the media company or whoever is liable for it, right?
Absolutely. It's a pretty complex issue, as you could see from some of the information that was in the packet about involving the First Amendment and whether or not the facilitation of these posts creates liability in the first place. But there is a specific exemption under the Act that totally exempts social media companies like the ones that allowed that posting down in Cerritos to occur and be used have an exemption for under the law right now. It's very specific.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I personally think I think it's wonderful that Laura wants to attend virtually, and would be happy to support her candidacy.
So nobody wants to fight Laura for this, I take it.
Sure.
Okay. All right. I think we need somebody to appoint.
Mr. Mayor?
Make a motion to appoint her.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move to appoint Laura Parmalohan to represent the city of San Carlos as the voting delegate at the annual business meeting of the 2020 League of California Cities Annual Conference.
I'll second.
All right, motion and a second. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, is there any direction being given to the to Councilmember Parmalohan?
Mr. Mayor, I'll amend my motion by saying that and the direction given is that the council supports passage of the resolution. I think that's the succinct way of saying it, right, Greg?
That's correct.
That does it, Greg?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I don't know if the second supports that.
You support that, Sarah?
I think it's a very complicated issue. I think issues dealing with the First Amendment are very, very complicated. So I definitely support Laura, and I appreciate her stepping up. But I'm going to abstain from the direction given to Laura.
Okay, so procedurally, the amended motion, which has the direction, I mean, the direction's not required. I was just pointing out that it's stated on the agenda for the council consideration. But if no direction's given, then it'll be up to Councilmember Parmalohan's review of all the facts and all the information that she hears at the conference and voting her conscience on the resolution.
So if we don't add any condition or stipulation or whatever, does that make you any more comfortable, Sarah?
Oh, sure. I'll you know, or we can just take the vote separately. The direction in a different vote.
Thank you. Yes, Mark.
Sarah, would it be more appropriate if I were to include in my amended motion language of we support consideration of the resolution, and for Laura to use her best judgment in deciding whether or not to vote in favor of it?
Yes, I'm comfortable with that. Yes, I second.
Okay.
All right. No issues with that, Greg?
No issues with that.
All right. Okay. Crystal, please call the roll.
Actually, before I do that, we did get a call come in.
Oh, I apologize.
So go ahead and take that.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, please. Go ahead.
Good evening, caller ending in 117. Thank you for joining us tonight. You have 2 minutes to address the council, and you should be able to unmute your line at this time. You may need to press *6. Oh, did that work? It looks
Hi,
like
I wanted to, sorry.
Yes, hi, no, thank you. You may begin.
Oh, I wanted to talk about item 11C. Are we on 11C?
Not just yet.
That's the next item.
Okay. I can wait.
All right. We're going to be on that item momentarily.
Yes, so I was just calling to.
All right.
So I was trying to call at the right time.
All right.
No worries.
Crystal, can we just have her stay on hold, or should she call back, or what?
Yeah, she can stay on hold, or I think our past practice has been that you could allow her to speak at this time if you'd like as well.
I wait or whatever.
Yeah, let's. If it's all right with you, caller, we just like to get through this one item, and then I'm perfectly happy to have you speak before we get into the next item.
Okay, I'm fine to wait too. Whatever you think.
Okay, we'll keep you on hold here.
All right, we'll just keep you on hold. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, let me go ahead and proceed with.
All right, go ahead with the roll.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parmalohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Okay, now we'll move on to item 11C. That's consideration of adopting a resolution revising the temporary closure of the 600 and 700 blocks of Laurel Street and the temporary elimination of parking on portions of Laurel Street and San Carlos Avenue program and ratifying the city manager's emergency authorization to extend the water barriers to Arroyo Street to service Broiler Express and Boondocks Barber, and allow the Yoga Street Health Center, the Yoga Health Center to use the closed section of Cherry Street during the Sunday closure of the 600 block of Laurel Street, and adopting a resolution revising the program to include the industrial area Arts Business Association area. Sorry, that was a little bit of a mouthful there. All right, Mr. Machida?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, good evening, and council members. Stephen Machida, Public Works Director. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for reading that long title. I do apologize.
No worries.
There are two items that we're asking council to act on, two resolutions that we're asking council to act on. But let me go through the presentation, and we kind of will discuss along the way. So, okay, so as I'm just going to call the program Temporary Lower Street Closure. So basically, as City Council is well aware, on June 9th, 2020, Council adopted the program, and I'm referring to this the Temporary Lower Street Closure Program. And this closure involved the 600 and 700 block of Laurel Street and the elimination of parking on Laurel and San Carlos Avenue. And this was established in response to the novel coronavirus, or COVID-19, in the shelter-in-place order. So on July 13, 2020, City Council delegated authority to the city manager to modify the program based on changing conditions. And then the program, any program modification would be brought back to the City Council for ratification. So during the months of when there was a summer break, basically we received requests from the Broilers Express, as well as Boondock Barbers and the Yoga Health Centers. So during that time, in consultation with the ad hoc subcommittee, the city manager, using his delegated authority, authorized adding the water barriers on Arroyo Street to serve Broilers Express and Boondock Barbers, and then also allowing the Yoga Health Center to use the closed sections of Cherry Street during the Sunday closure of the 600 block of Laurel. You may recall we originally installed the water barriers in front of Broilers on Laurel. However, as a result of there's a landscape area that was directly in front of his front doors, he really wasn't able to use his water walls on Laurel Street very effectively, and so that's the reason why he had asked to install the water walls on the Royal Street, which we have done so. And so that really is comprised of the first resolution. And then the second resolution involves the Industrial Arts Business Association area. And I know council had wanted to a possibility of discussing this and whether you would like to include this area or the IABA into the program. So during the summer recess, staff also received an application within the IABA. Unfortunately, it was really denied as a result of that this area was outside the original program. And then keeping, one of the explanations we provided to the applicant is in keeping the parkets. We wanted to try to keep the parkets in a well-defined area for better management and oversight. So the IABA, or is identified in that blue area, it's identified as IA. It is kind of roughly bordered by American Street, Industrial Road, Berrien Street, and Old County. So that again, it's this area here. So what we're asking, or the options for the council, is number one, to approve the expansion of the program and ratify the city manager's emergency authorization to extend water barriers in Arroyo Street to serve Broilers Express and Boondock Barbers, and allow the Yoga Health Center to use the closest section of Cherry Street during the closure of the 600 block of Laurel Street. And then two, if council wishes, they may adopt a resolution, or if council wishes to include the Industrial Arts Business Association area in the program, then to adopt a resolution revising this program, or provide an alternate direction to staff. And that concludes the presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
To me, appreciated.
Crystal, I apologize. Is the caller still with us, Crystal?
Yes.
Okay, why don't we take her comment now?
Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name's Jennifer Beck, and I'm representing the Industrial Arts Business Association to speak on behalf of having parklets in that area. The idea is to make the neighborhood more welcoming and enjoyable for visitors and people that work in the area. We wanted to create a pleasant green space for anyone doing business there or people working in the area. Maybe they could take a break or have lunch outside. We had originally hoped that and tried to work with PG&E to spruce up that one corner area, but it doesn't seem like that is going anywhere. So we thought that parklets would be a good alternative. We've been working with the nonprofit organization Each Green Corner, if you guys are familiar with that organization. They have created a rendering that's been shared with Adam and Sarah on the council, and that's the concept that we'd like to install in the neighborhood. We'd like the approval for those parklets in the neighborhood, but I don't have the exact locations yet. We're trying to figure that out. And that's all my comments. Thank you so much for your time.
All right. Thank you. Was it Jennifer?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other callers, Crystal?
Yes, we do have one more.
Okay.
Caller with a phone number ending in 895. Thank you for joining us tonight. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. Now I'll have a timer that will ring at the end of the 2 minutes. Please state your name for the record before providing your comment. And you should now be able to unmute yourself. You might need to press *6 if you're not. Oh, there you go.
Okay, so it is me. Hi, Will Stroll. Just calling in regards to this. I've seen other area cities and counties, help. We got in the I-8 district, got a bunch of businesses there that really could use some help by having some of the same benefits that Laurel Street's having. And it would just be really nice for us to, as a city, embrace those businesses as well and find a way for them to not go under during this tough time. So I was calling to, put my vote in for that. And I also wanted to thank the City Council for what you've done already on Laurel Street. I know I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of people in the city where we very much enjoy the street being shut down, to be honest, and feeling some sense of community despite the fast bikes on the road. But that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right, Crystal, was there any other speakers? And thank you, Will.
No, there are no other speakers at this time.
All right, no other speakers. We'll start off with questions from Mark.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Steve, for a good presentation. My questions actually focus on the idea of doing something in the industrial arts area. And I'm trying to get a little bit better sense for what potentially might be done there. Would it involve, are we actually talking about businesses proposing to build parklets, whether they, temporary ones like some of the restaurants on Laurel Street have done, or are we talking about using the orange water walls, or some combination of both?
The application that actually we received was to install some of the water walls in the street. Very similar to what we have on Laurel Street, maybe the 600 block, if you will. But there's certainly other opportunities that perhaps they would want to use some type of another type of barriers on their own property where they could actually have like a little area, that they could use either for their own purposes or for possible some tastings. In this case, it happened to be a winery.
Sorry to interrupt. So I presume that stuff they do on their own property, other than basic zoning rules, that doesn't involve us, right?
Well, it will if there is like for instance, if there is kind of a parking requirement, but typically they might be able to carve out a little area that they might be able to use. I haven't seen, I've only received one applicant, but one application, and that was for parklet in the street. But presumably there could be others out there. I know that I have received some phone calls or inquiries about possibly using a parklet elsewhere, but they don't really go into the details. Where they place it.
Let me thank you for that. Let me sort of move into what my concern is, so you can perhaps ameliorate it. The inventory, for lack of a better term, of vehicles that use that area is fundamentally different from the inventory that uses Laurel Street. I'm familiar with that area reasonably well because when it was open, I used to go to 24-hour fitness every day. In addition to passenger vehicles, there's also a good number of larger vehicles ranging up through. I don't think I've ever seen a semi-tractor trailer delivering stuff there, but I've certainly seen some pretty big vehicles delivering stuff because it's a very mixed use area. So my question to start with is, I presume the reason we use the orange water walls is they provide some level of safety for patrons behind the walls if a vehicle were to go out of control or swerve or something and hit the orange water walls. Do they still provide a similar level of safety when a large truck hits them?
Yes, they should.
Should, or you're reasonably comfortable they will?
Well, they will. That's assuming that the truck or large vehicle is not going freeway speeds.
Sure.
They will.
Sure. Okay. No, well, thank you. That said, I was just concerned about that. Basically, because the vehicles that go through that area, on average, are heavier and more robust. Is there anything in what staff is asking for that would allow the construction of parklets in the street that don't involve the orange water walls? What I'm getting at here is, you and I talked about this once or twice before. I'm not comfortable with allowing the construction of something that basically requires that we keep a section of street closed. Something that doesn't use the orange water walls. So is there any opportunity for that to happen if we approve what staff is asking us to do?
I guess my thought there is if anytime anything goes in the street, I want to make sure that it's going to be safe. And what it would be safe would be the water walls or the concrete K-rail that I would assume. I would not want anything less than that. The water walls or K-rails.
And I take it we're not talking about closing even sections of the streets, right? So they'd always be open to through traffic. It's just certain parts of them would be sequestered with the water walls or something else.
That is my understanding from the applicant.
Okay. Well, I guess maybe Greg or Jeff, do we need to, and I may be the only one who has this concern, but if the council wanted that concern to be captured in the regulations that we're acting upon tonight, would we have to amend something, or is it in there already?
Greg, I don't know if you want to weigh in on this. I think we probably need that in the motion.
Yeah, I would think we're developing a specific program here, so we would want to add your clarification to that or your
okay,
idea.
That's fine. Then we'll see whether or not whether anybody else is interested. Last question, Steve, is have we gotten, there aren't a lot of them, but there are a few at least restaurants and eating establishments scattered about other parts of the city. I'm thinking of a couple that I recall seeing along Industrial, but not in the industrial arts area. Assuming I'm correct in that memory, are we hearing anything from those businesses that they would like comparable treatment or comparable opportunity?
Yeah, my staff has not heard from businesses beyond the industrial arts area or the downtown Laurel, St. Carlos area.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Mark. Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take an opportunity to kind of make a few clarifications and a few comments. So there's kind of two requests that were floating around. The one that Jennifer Beck was talking about was from the Industrial Arts Business Association specifically, which is who Adam and I met with as a subcommittee. And they're interested in, at some point in the future, looking at a parklet where employees could have lunch and something kind of for the general workforce down there. That's different, but also similar to the second request, which came in from a winery. And the winery is looking to do a parklet in front of their space, which does not have a courtyard or any other space where they could potentially have tastings. Their building comes right up to the sidewalk, and so they're kind of a different case than another winery in that same area that does have a courtyard. So they really do need the parklet to, have customers come and taste their wine, and quite frankly, to stay in business during the pandemic. So my understanding, though, is that City Council kind of has to allow parklets in that area for either of these two to proceed. And, I've looked at a number of other cities, and other cities have allowed parklets in many different areas of their town. Redwood City is an example. So I think on a fairness point that I'm very much in favor of doing this. I'm very much in favor of, trying to lift all boats and throw out life preservers to our small businesses here, not just the ones on Laurel Street, but the ones that are in other areas of town too, where it makes sense. And Mark, just to kind of clear up maybe some of your hesitation, the winery only wants to do tastings. The owner emailed all of us this afternoon, and she mentioned Saturdays and Sundays would be their tastings because that's when Washington Street is so quiet and there isn't the trucks going by. So that is their plan, but of course we can't take down and put back parklets every Friday and take them down on Sundays. So it would be a more permanent parklet, but their plan is to use it. I think on the weekends. That of course could change. So and then we also, as a city, decided to have the farmers market down there. So it's moving the farmers market down there was an opportunity to really invigorate that area of town and bring business to that area of town as well, because there are several businesses down there that are struggling. So I think that goes with that, general theme. I also, Stephen, just wanted to make one request, and that is you've called the area the Industrial Arts Business Association area, and the Business Association is a small subset of businesses there. So I would prefer that it be called something that matches the zoning district that you mentioned in your map. So maybe the Industrial Arts District, because the Business Association is just a small subset of that area that you outlined on the map.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will do so.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Sarah. Laura?
Thank you, Mayor Collins. So Sarah, thank you for that clarification. That's helpful. So I'm all in favor also of doing everything that we can as a council within our purview to help our local economy manage and navigate COVID. What I'm wondering about is the intended use. Would it trigger any of the parking and lieu fees that we just approved? So in other words, if there's going to be parklets created with an opportunity for sit-down dining, does that recategorize some of these places as a restaurant? I'm just wanting to make sure that we're kind of mindful and we create an easy path forward, and we're clear about this. So
through the chair, I think it's just for wine tastings. It's the same use that the current applicant has.
So is the intention then of this particular, I'm just trying to get clear on what's being asked here. Is the intention here to just enable them to have water walls up so that they can expand their footprint of their business as it currently exists. And so it would be within the current zone and intended uses. And I don't know, Greg, maybe you could take that.
Yeah, I think since these are going to be, this is essentially a temporary opening of the right of way. That's really the issue. You're amending the resolution to do that. It's not intended to address uses because they're all the businesses that are using parklets are using the exact same use in the parklet area. And then we do have control over it with our encroachment permit process. So if they try to expand their use, we can control it through the encroachment permit we'll be granting.
Great, thank you. Just want to be clear about what we're aligning on. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Adam.
Thank you, Mayor Collins. I just want to reiterate sort of my support for both measures to allow the amendment for the Royal Street and then also for the industrial arts area. And like Sarah, we've talked to them about, and we've spoken with PG&E a couple of times, and it has been a challenge to try to work with PG&E on this and to get them to move forward. There's a nice spot there to potentially do a parklet that's already off the road and a place for employees. And so I think by having this program in place, it gives us some options to kind of look at what we can do to help the businesses and the employees down there. I'm almost be interested in thinking about this potentially as, can we just set up one parklet in front of the two wineries? There's two wineries right next to each other there, and have that during the weekday be for employees to be able to have lunch and to get some outside space. And then on the weekends, when most of the businesses are shut down, have that be the place for the wine tasting. So some potentially maybe a dual use, so we don't have to put a number of parklets up there, but maybe a shared space might be something to think about. And can I ask one procedural question on this? Are we creating a separate resolution or ordinance with the industrial arts area versus an extension of the Laurel Street program? Because I just wanted to get clarification how that gets done, because we've got people on multiple subcommittees working with that and don't want to create some issues with that. But Greg, I don't know if you can.
Well, my understanding is we're just extending the or supplementing the existing program.
Is there a way that we can create a separate program? Because you've got Sarah and I on the Industrial Arts Board subcommittee and Ron and I on the Laurel Street.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the resolution here, how we've teed this up. I'm sorry.
The resolution, basically, I was just looking at it, says that it basically would incorporate the industrial arts area into the existing program. So Adam, your question's a valid one, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I just think it's going to potentially create some issues and some challenges with doing some work in the industrial arts area if Sarah and I can't really speak about any of this.
On the other hand, there's also maybe some value in having some consistency so we don't have businesses in different parts of town complaining that they're not being treated the same way.
I think that's fair, Mark. I think when we start talking about if there's going to be a discussion about a parklet or some of the more permanent type things, I just want to make sure I don't get myself sideways and others in terms of this. I just want to get some clarification on that.
Yeah, my impression is that having an integrated program that is the same will be easier for staff and my office to administer if we run into problems, rather than having a different program in the different areas. Your point's well taken, though, that there may be some jurisdictional issues on some of the subcommittees.
Right.
Yeah.
Would it be helpful if we reconsidered the subcommittee and made the two members, the same subcommittee would cover both areas? It would require one of us. I mean, if Adam's on both, I'd obviously recommend he stay. But either
through the
Sarah
chair
and I would give it up.
Yeah, could
I'd
we
be willing
just
to give up my spot? So
through the chair, could we just split it out into two different resolutions?
What I'm saying, I think Councilmember Palmer Lohan, is I'm not sure it makes a difference. It's just the issue really is the two jurisdictions of the subcommittees. So the choice, I think the way I'm seeing it is that the subcommittees could make separate recommendations, which is kind of cumbersome, of course, which is what you're worried about. But if we have it as two separate resos, we have the same issue, it seems to me. We still have two different subcommittees talking about two different areas. So I'm not sure that this reso is the way to, I don't think it's necessary to have two different resolutions. I'm not sure that solves your problem. I think it's still two things.
Yes, Mark.
Actually, I'm not trying to be facetious here. I think, thinking about it for a second, I think if you leave the two existing subcommittees, each with, I'll use the term jurisdiction for their separate areas, the only person who has to be careful about sharing information from one subcommittee to the other is Adam, right? Because Ron, you're not going to be on, you wouldn't be on the industrial arts one. Sarah, you wouldn't be on the downtown Laurel Street one. Adam is on both. He would have to be careful about, not saying something like, well, Sarah said this or Ron said this, but he knows that. And if Adam's amenable to it, then it would work.
I would rather, I like that idea, Mark, as long as, Adam's comfortable with it. Adam and I have done a significant amount of work with the businesses in the Industrial Arts District, and I really don't want to step down from that subcommittee. It's something that I've been working on for several years. So I think that we should keep it separate.
Maybe, Mark, to your point, Sarah, to your point, if we just start carving out a discussion on the temporary and sort of the orange barriers, essentially, then that to me is the overlap, is that one piece on the temporary parklets, where everything else is sort of, at least right now as I understand it, sort of separate, right? Not under that program. We're only extending the temporary barrier parklet program to the industrial arts zone. So you and I couldn't talk about the parklets, Sarah, on that case, but we could talk about other issues in the industrial arts area.
Well, actually, I'm not sure that you can draw the line that way, because when I asked Steve the question before, he said he hadn't gotten applications to do, let's call it, what do you want to call them? Non-orange water wall parklets, but the language of the resolution calls for industrial arts to be under the same auspices program as the one on Laurel Street, which does include those kinds of things. So I don't know that you can separate, unless we recraft the resolution that way to say we're only talking about orange water walls. You see what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying, yeah.
Okay.
Adam, can you just keep the locations separate and you only talk to Ron about downtown and you only talk to me about the Industrial Arts District?
Does that work, Greg, if I do that?
It does. I think I think it's sort of one of those nature of the beast type of things. We have two areas. But the action tonight you're taking, to me, it just seems you're authorizing a program. So the decision will have been made, and new issues that come to the two committees might overlap, and you'll just have to be careful about that, Adam. But this decision will have been made already. So, if maybe, I suppose monitoring of how it's working could come up later. But I think there's a way that we could talk about how to create a safety area for you, just in case there's some sort of a Brown Act issue that concern.
Greg, wouldn't it be easier? I mean, if Sarah were agreeable, I would step away from the Laurel Street subcommittee, and Adam and Sarah could be the subcommittee for both areas. If Sarah was agreeable to that.
That would eliminate the issue we're talking about.
Ron, I hate for you to do that, though. You've put in so much work with all of the businesses on Laurel Street.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Laura. Laura, go ahead.
No, it's good.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
if Ron, that's very kind of you to offer it. It would certainly solve the issue. Question for Greg is, can we actually do that tonight? Because we basically...
You're reading my mind, Councilmember Olbert. So I think that's not agendized, the reappointment on the committee, but it could be easily brought for a consent calendar item.
Right.
Sure.
Well, just to toss out there as well too, we already have an established downtown subcommittee that's comprised of Adam and myself. So just to remind everybody of that as well.
Okay.
Well, perhaps what we, I don't know, it's unfortunately COVID-19 cuts across so many of the subcommittees we set up for perfectly valid reasons prior to COVID-19. There probably isn't a way to accommodate everybody and have one subcommittee oversee all of it. So I guess I default back to saying if Adam's okay with being Brown Act schizoid when he needs to be, that might be the least bad solution.
Yeah, the other way would be to have to bring up that issue is we could bring back if there's another option of a special ad hoc committee that would create a kind of a unified jurisdiction over these issues. That's one other option too.
So, Greg, can I suggest that maybe if we move forward and pass this resolution, and then it sounds like we have the ability to maybe do some things at the next meeting, which could be, Ron's kindly offered to make a change. I could make a change to sort of, that too, or we can craft some practices in place or some policies that provide some protections around this. So it gives us a couple weeks to kind of work on this. And I don't know that there's going to be a ton of work now in the 28th.
Yeah, I think that's not insurmountable to come up with a plan that'll work for the problem we've identified here.
All right. Well, good. And I have every confidence that Sarah would be a capable replacement for me. So.
Big shoes, Ron. I think you should stay on.
Well, I don't want to, and I'm willing, we can talk separately, but we can talk about other reassignments if you would feel too burdened, so.
You've just done such a terrific job. I just want to say with Mark's point, a lot of the committees overlap. It's impossible to, economic development is one of them. So I think this is a common thread. I'm sure we'll figure it out, you guys.
Okay, we'll figure it out. I understand we do have a public comment. Well, I see that caller hung up. Crystal, is there anyone else wishing to speak?
No, there's no one else right now.
Okay, and my apologies. It says Sonia hung up. My apologies to Sonia for our extended back and forth.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to briefly say that I thought that was a very good discussion we just had. I am going to vote against, if we do a combined resolution with including industrial arts into it, I'm going to vote against it. Not because I don't think it's a good idea and could be a good idea done the right way, but I just have some concerns that area is fundamentally, in some respects, different from downtown Laurel Street. And I remember some of the iterative things we had to go through there. I'm not even sure if anybody's been in touch with any of the other businesses around there to say, how would you react to having some of the parking on the street go away because we're going to put your neighbor is going to put up orange water walls. That could be severely crimping to some of the businesses. And personally, I wouldn't mind if there was a little more research and staff work put forward into this before it came back. But I understand people's desire to want to move forward, and I'm not trying to get in the way of that, but I'm not comfortable supporting it in its current form.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion before I entertain a motion? Okay. If there's we have no one else calling in. I think we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt resolution 2020-64. 64, a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos revising the temporary closure of the 600 and 700 blocks of Laurel Street and the temporary elimination of parking on portions of Laurel Street and San Carlos Avenue program, and ratifying the city manager's emergency authorization to extend the water barriers to Arroyo Street to service Broilers Express and Boondocks Barber, and allow the Yoga Health Center to use the closed section of Cherry Street during the Sunday closure of the 600 block of Laurel Street.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Through the chair?
Yes.
Sarah, I'm sorry, did your language include expanding it to include IA?
There's a second resolution after this one.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, I thought they were alternatives. I didn't realize that they were a second. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay. Crystal, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Palmer Lohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Okay, well, we need a motion on the second resolution. Mark, if I'm not mistaken, does this not address your concern?
It's
no, because actually it addressed in the sense it allowed me to vote on the first resolution, which I didn't realize was a separate resolution. So thank you for that. But no.
Okay. Okay. All right. Then we need a motion on the second.
Mr. Mayor. Oh, go ahead, Adam. You can take this one.
Go. Oh,
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt resolution 2020-65. 65, a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos revising the program for the temporary elimination of parking on a portion of Laurel Street and San Carlos Avenue to include the Industrial Arts District. And I'm amending that per my comment to Stephen.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Motion and second. Any other discussion? Crystal, please call the roll.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
No.
Vice Mayor Palmer Lohan?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Okay. We now move on to item 11D, consideration of setting an end date or end criteria to the temporary Laurel Street closure. And that will be Steve Machida once more.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. So this item is we're going to be discussing either setting an end date or setting end criteria for the temporary Laurel Street closure.
Steve, I apologize. Before you get started, I just noted the time.
I make a motion to extend the meeting to.
We have a closed session. We have a closed session after this item too, and the agenda setting. So we probably need enough time for that.
11:30 p.m.
I'll second.
All right. Crystal?
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
No.
Vice Mayor Palmer Lohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Reluctantly, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Steve. Go ahead.
So temporary street closure. So again, June 9th, 2020, council adopted the program. It's closure of the 600, 700 block of Laurel Street with modifications approved by the city manager and ratified by the city council. Again, it was established in response to the shelter in order place, as well as address the novel coronavirus. And the program concludes on December 31st, 2020. So basically the program is meeting its objective, but with cooler weather arriving in the fall and winter, it may make outdoor dining and shopping less appealing. The two-member ad hoc subcommittee suggests that the full council review the program's end date and discuss if it should be modified. So staff obtained various end dates from other peninsula cities with downtown dining and street closures. Some of these cities are considering extending their end dates. What we found, the end dates fall into 3 periods, either in late September, end of daylight savings time, or Sunday November 1st this year, or late December. So here's a chart kind of the various cities that have these outdoor dining. We have Menlo Park. The original date was September 17th. Council actually, I got some updated information just today. Their council actually updated their end dates to February 2021. Mountain View, September 30th, but they are considering extending their end date for their program. Redwood City, they originally had it for September 30th, but also I got new information just today that Redwood City, they didn't really set an end date. However, they will terminate their program based on the director of emergency operation if he or she determines that the program could end or at the conclusion of the health order. San Mateo's program ends at December 1st. Lava San Carlos our programs scheduled to end at the end of the year. Palo Alto, they actually changed it where they have the platform parklets, and those type of parklets are basically, they're flush with the sidewalk. So basically they're like a wood deck. And so they extended that date from December 30th of the end of this year to actually Labor Day next year, September 7th, 2021. But the at-grade parklets, so those are the parklets like we have, where the tables would normally be on the parking areas. They extended, or they kept it at December 31st, 2020. Berlin Game, they have their ongoing program. They're just getting started on many things. They actually had closed the streets, but then they decided to open the street back up, and they're doing the parklets, and they still haven't really had enough data or information about the parklets, so it's still ongoing for them. They haven't really decided. And then Belmont, they have their end date as March 31st, 2021, or when the indoor dining restrictions are lifted. So let's talk about the 3 periods we talked about earlier, or that we found out earlier. So the business have 2 weeks. So at the late September, or the end date, business will only have 2 weeks to wind down. This is basically from tonight. If the business close, indoor shopping or dining is not allowed by the state restrictions or county, but curbside and takeout would still be allowed. As indicated, late September date will probably be not enough time for the business to adjust, and the economic benefit that they receive will be truncated. The end of daylight savings time, or November 1st, business will have 6 weeks instead of 2. They'll have the 6 weeks to wind down. Similar to the end of September, the business closed if indoor shopping or dining is not allowed by the state restrictions or a county health order, but curbside and takeout would still be allowed. And then generally, the weather on Peninsula is usually nice with cooler evenings. And then late December end date, if council wishes or wants to end the date by December or at the end of the year, there's no actions needed because our program is scheduled to end on December 31st, 2020. This is to close if indoor shopping or dining is not allowed by the state or county. Curbside and takeout is still be allowed. This option allows a business to continue outdoor operation through the holiday season, which may reduce their economic damage due to the pandemic. And so those are the three options for the council. So they could set an earlier date for the temporary Laurel Street closure, set another date or end criteria for the temporary Laurel Street closure, or keep the current end date of December 31st, or provide an alternate direction. And I guess I would like to add, some other things. I know they're having some discussions about other parking, like 20-minute parking. The intention here is my staff is putting together a map of all the identified parking. This is kind of essentially help a lot of the local restaurants and businesses for like pickup or takeout. But I can give you just a real quick summary of some of the areas that have the 20-minute parking. So we do have next to Cuisinette on San Carlos Avenue, Tutti Frutti as well on San Carlos Avenue. There are 2 spaces north of on Laurel Street, north of the Chinese restaurants at Laurel and San Carlos Avenue. There's a 20-minute space on Laurel right in front of Blue Line Pizza. There's one space in Laurel Garage, 20-minute. There's a 10-minute parking space on Dynasty in front of Dynasty Corinth in the 600 block of Laurel. And then there's several 20-minute parking space near the post office. This is on both Olive as well as on Laurel. And then we're planning to put some additional 20-minute parkings on White Oak Way. This is near the Taqueria near White Oak and El Camino. And we're also considering adding some additional 20-minute parking spaces on Cherry Street. So we'll have a little bit better map that we plan to actually have and put on our website, kind of locating the 20-minute parking spaces as well as the handicap spaces in downtown. So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Stephen. I understand we have a caller, Crystal?
Yes, we do. Sonia, thank you for calling back in with a public comment. You should be able to unmute yourself right now. If you press *6, you would be able to unmute yourself. There you go. Hello, Sonia? Sonia, I saw that you unmuted yourself, and then you muted it again. I'm not sure. Oh.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. And can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Sonia, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I can't. I'm going to mute this now. Sorry. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. So I just wanted to thank you, Stephen, for that excellent presentation on what's happening on Laurel. I wanted to know why the I got to mute this or I can't listen. The Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan recommends as one very significant option closing a section of Laurel permanently. And I'm confused why that is not being considered with this COVID-19 inspired closure. It would seem like a very natural way to move into that recommendation. So curious about that. Secondly, every business on 700 Laurel has direct vehicle access in the back, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? So any vehicle that wants to drive right up to the business should be able to do that through the rear of every business on 700 Laurel. That's my understanding. Let me know if that's not correct. So it would seem reasonable that you could keep that section of Laurel closed to cars even during a holiday season, or, you know, that you could be very creative about, you know, making a holiday, you know, if it's about revenue, it just doesn't seem like parking is the big issue for the reason that businesses are struggling right now. I would just say there might be other ways to go about that. And then the last thing that I wanted to say is that I have been looking at, well, for one thing, we still do not have a north-south route that is bike pedestrian thoroughfare, kind of a bike boulevard. And I've been looking at Walnut Street and how to possibly make that a very, very accessible bike pedestrian wheeled vehicle, a safe route through. And I will send some images of that to Public Works. But particularly I'm thinking about how to make it a kind of a no stop sign thoroughfare and reconfiguring the space where Walnut cuts out twice once it's
Sonia, I apologize. Sonia. If you could wrap it up, our meeting's going kind of late.
I totally forgot about that 10:30 business. I got all excited. Thank you. Let's talk about the rest of that later.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Did we have any other speakers, Crystal?
No other speakers.
All right. All right. Questions, Mark?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions. First one for Greg. Greg, you recall the discussion you and I had prior to the meeting about what constitutes outdoor dining. And I was wondering if you had a chance to do, for the benefit of my colleagues, the question I'm asking relates to, one could imagine an outdoor dining area, even in our neck of the woods, at least until the rainy season. If there were heaters outside in the outdoor area, you could see a restaurant continuing to operate it for quite some time. But part of that depends on what the state decides they really are banning when they say they're banning indoor dining. There's having 3 walls and a roof constitute an indoor location. So Greg was going to look into that if he had some time. Did you have a chance to do any research on that, Greg?
I apologize, I did not. But my strong recollection is it's 3 open sides is required to qualify as outdoor dining. It can only have like 1 wall. Okay, so one could have a roof and 1 wall, and which might make it a little problematic when it started raining, but not necessarily, before then. Okay, the reason I had asked that question for my colleagues' benefit is, to me, that potentially extends the period of time in which it would be reasonable to think that a restaurant would be able to have value from operating outside up until the time when it really starts getting rainy, which, since we're going into a drought, I think might not be for a while. The other question I had, though, is something that I'm not sure who I should direct this question to. Part of what would concern me about setting an end date, and I think I've seen this reflected in some emails we all got recently, is the differential effect of having the street closed to the benefit of restaurateurs and to the not benefit or cost of the retail shops, a number of which are still concerned about the impact on their businesses. Do we have any, I don't know, like sales data or anything that people have shared with us that would indicate whether or not the non-restaurant businesses, what the impact of the street closures and whatnot have been on them? Because I want to help everybody, but if I help the restaurants and harm all the other businesses, that's not necessarily a good outcome either. So is that a Jeff question maybe? I mean, do we know anything about that?
We do not. It's not possible for us to differentiate between the street closure and the economic impacts of the health order.
Okay. Well, I can think of several ways that might be possible, but we don't have to go into that tonight. All right. So basically on that dimension of things, we're sort of, whatever we do, we're sort of flying blind here. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Laura.
Thank you, Ron. I appreciate that. So, I mean, what strikes me about this whole issue is that, I've heard small business owners say that they need certainty, and these continual changes in our ordinance, in the county ordinance, health ordinance, state ordinance, whichever one is, as well as our local programming, is causing problems, right? Because they have to invest, and then they have to reinvest, and they have to reconfigure and all that kind of thing. And the challenge that we have is that while they want certainty, and I can totally appreciate that, the 2 things that drive demand are completely out of our control. One is COVID-19, right? And the spread of that and how we're doing with respect to the numbers. And the second thing is the weather. So I really feel like we're stuck between a rock and a hard place on this one. And I'm, intrigued by the approach that our neighbor to the north took, which is that they had a date certain, but then they also tied it to the status of the health order. Further to that, my understanding of the health order is that the state is not suggesting that we're ever going to get to green in the immediate future, right? In other words, there's always going to be some limitations on the number of what the percentage of capacity is that can be used on these in these buildings. So I would actually be curious to hear from the subcommittee on this in terms of kind of what you've been hearing, and if you, Ron or Adam, have any recommendations about what direction that we go with this. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Adam?
Sure, and Laura, I'll see. Thanks. That's a good question. Let me see if I can. At least we haven't met as a subcommittee in a bit, but I think we've heard a little bit from some of the retail, but it's been fairly quiet on the retail side over the last, I would say, 3-4 weeks. Once we reopened the 600 block, I personally haven't heard, but then I got one email, I think, retail side. So I don't have feedback on that end. And I think that, Mark, to your point, I think it's a challenge to figure out some of the retail numbers, because I think about like the dry cleaners. I don't see people going to the dry. I don't think COVID has a larger effect than the street closure on dry cleaners. I mean, I've been maybe twice in 6 months because I don't have any reason to go other than city council meetings to wear a dress shirt. So I think the data is going to be hard to do. I mean, I think if you have ideas around how to do that, I'd be interested in hearing that. But for Laura, from my end, I think my should kind of keep evaluating over time, maybe once a month, look at this. And I'm not certain that the December 31st date is set in stone at this point for me, given that we just don't know what we don't know on when things are going to change. And I think trying to be as flexible as we can is important. At the same time, I do think we should agendize a discussion around maybe expanding the parklet program to the more permanent parklets to give those restaurants the time to say, hey, if we do decide December 31st, let's have that discussion ahead of time to see, because I think right now we're limited to 2 or 3 parklets. And so we should give the restaurants a chance to kind of, if they want to expand and as an alternative, and have that agendized as an option.
And what are your thoughts, Adam, about the criteria that Belmont is using with respect to the status of COVID?
I think it's something we should look at to kind of consider, because I think we need to have flexibility on that. I understand that some of the retailers are not happy. I haven't heard from most of them, and my sense to be flexible, because I don't want to do also, Laura, is stop something and then, or dining happens indoors and then 2 weeks later it goes back and we're sort of back in the same position again. I think we want to try to find as much consistency as we can, even if it's as best as we can. Is my sort of thoughts on that. But tying it to COVID, I think is and the health order is something we should consider.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll let Sarah Mark jump in a minute, but I tend to agree with Adam. We have given ourselves this leeway. We've allowed ourselves to the end of the year. A lot of businesses have I won't say they've taken it for granted, but they're assuming that it's going to the end of the year. And the gift of that is that we get an extra 3 months really to evaluate what's going to happen. So, and as Adam said, and we did talk about this earlier, maybe we take a look at it, once a month until close to the end of the closure and see where it's going, because there are just too many unknowns. So anyway, Sarah, you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Stephen and then some comments. Stephen, we can't open the 700 block to through traffic and still allow parklets, is my understanding. Is that true?
Well, we can't allow parklets as they stand now on the 700 block. So what I would want to do if we wanted to open it through traffic is have some type of barrier, mainly the water barrier, to protect those parklets that don't have any protection, for the vehicles.
Okay. And parking would not be allowed in between the parklets because that would be too dangerous.
That would be my preference. Now, there might be some instances where maybe the current parklets might contract as a result if we do open up the streets. We saw this similar in the 600 block where some of the restaurants are actually using a little bit beyond their frontage. And once we open up the street, some of those stores that, could have used their on-street parking for their customers, they kind of wanted it back. So, you know, I don't really want to just have a single parking stall, but if there's like a say it's 3 parking stalls in a row, that would probably work.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I spent some time, this is kind of going back to Mark's question about retail, and I'm certainly concerned and want everyone to stay in business and be successful. I spent some time over the weekend speaking with the owner of the Reading Bug, and, you know, she's in retail and she's doing okay. And she's doing okay because she put a lot of time and effort into pivoting and meeting, you know, rising to the occasion and going online and doing curbside pickup and doing outdoor story time. And all of those changes were hard and difficult. And, you know, she doesn't let anyone in her stores now. It's, you get a helper. So, you know, I just want to give a shout out to her for being very innovative in this time. I think it's a time when everyone is doing different things. Certainly our children are doing different things by going online learning. And I think society has changed. And going to what Adam said, you know, the way people think about going into a store and shopping and trying on clothes, all of that has changed now. So I think it's very difficult to, you know, kind of put the blame on the street closure, because there's, again, I've said it last time too, there's been a tectonic shift in our society in the way people think and how they behave and what they're comfortable doing right now. So, you know, I'm hoping for more examples of people, you know, really pivoting like our restaurants have and trying something new to stay in business. Stephen, I really appreciated your comments about taking a look at the 20-minute parking. That's something that I've been hearing about, and really getting the information out to the community about where that is. I actually didn't know that there were so many 20-minute parking spots myself, so I appreciate that information, as well as the ADA, the handicap spaces, because that is something that I'm hearing about mobility impaired people. But I know that we doubled those spaces too. So I think that we really need to work on getting that message out to the community now, and in a very, like this thing that came in the mail, I really liked that. So maybe we could do something like that, but we need to really heavily message our community about where the parking is and the accessibility. And I also...
So if I may,
yeah.
if I may, I know I've had some discussion with Assistant City Manager Tara Peterson, and this is something that, you know, we want to get out. So we want to get out the location of the 20-minute parking as well as the handicap zones in the downtown. And so we are going to make more information. So I just wanted to share with you real quickly a quick snapshot of what we had. But then, you know, we want to actually put it on a map and then put it on our website as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. And I had one other idea for retail. If we can maybe do I know South City, their economic development department posts on their Facebook page, they highlight a different business pretty frequently. And so maybe we as a city could, you know, do a campaign to shop local and, you know, let people know what great businesses we have on downtown Laurel Street and that they are open. And, you know, I think that's another way that the city can help retail while we keep the street closed. So we've heard from a very successful restaurant owner here in town that his restaurant did really well in January and February and the first part of March. Last winter, he said the sales were just like summer due to a lack of rain. So I'm not particularly concerned about the weather turning bad and people not being able to dine outside. So I'm in favor of continuing this program, and you know, taking a periodic audit is fine with me. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Mark? Hello, Mark?
I was entertaining myself with brilliant comments, but unfortunately you couldn't hear them. So, and unfortunately I forgot what they are, so you're just going to have to guess. I just wanted to react to a couple of things people are saying, just to sound a little bit of a note of caution and to suggest something that personally I'd like to see us task staff with. Adam, you mentioned that there are businesses like dry cleaning whose fundamental demand has, in fact, all businesses' fundamental demand has changed as a result of COVID-19. Dry cleaning is certainly one that, with less people going to formal events and formal environments, probably is affected more, or maybe affected more. But that's not necessarily the same analogy you could draw for most of the other businesses. It's not that they aren't going to be affected, but it's not that the sales decline is due to something that's independent of whether there was better parking and better access to the businesses. So I'd be careful about extrapolating, that. And similarly, Sarah, I appreciate you making the comment about the proprietor of the Reading Bug, and I'm glad to see that she and other people are being really creative. But I think we have to be cognizant here of the fact that essentially by allowing outdoor dining, what we allow restaurants to do is to continue their same business, but just deliver the food outdoor instead of inside their doors, okay? It's not really that much of a fundamental shift in their business, as opposed to, as you were describing, what the Reading Bug proprietor had to do and what other retail businesses where people have to come into a shop to see goods, okay? It's a different thing. And so it wouldn't surprise me if we are, in fact, having a differential impact on non-restaurant businesses. And that leads me to my last point that, as I said, I had some ideas that I'll talk to Jeff about to see whether any of them have any legs on them. But rather, we can have all of the periodic audits that we want and reviews, but unless we have some better data, they're not going to amount to anything. They're going to be the exact same discussion we're having right now, which is, gee, we want to help everybody to survive. We don't want to hurt the restaurants. People can eat outside, blah, 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 all of which is true. But we really need to find a way to get a sense of the differential impacts we're having on the different kinds of businesses. We've never really had to do that before because we've never had a pandemic before. But I think if we don't task staff with trying to figure out some way to get us information on that, we're not going to have very much to talk about. We're just going to be revisiting the same issues over and over again and basically wringing our hands going, well, I'm not sure what we can do. So anyway.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Laura?
Thank you, Mayor. Really good discussion, everybody. I think these are excellent points. Sarah, your idea about the Shop Local campaign, I think is a great one. In fact, I sit on the Economic Recovery Committee for the county for the Long Range Recovery Plan, and they are looking at creating a Shop Local campaign. So to that end, that might be something that staff could reach out to county staff and see, what the plans are for that. Many of the tactics that they have proposed that are proposed in that plan are in play or in development. I will just, comment also on the fact that, the benefit that Reading Bug is enjoying is that, people have more time on their hands. They have more time to read. She had already established, from what I understand, a technical infrastructure for online book sales before the pandemic. So what we've heard in the Economic Recovery Committee is that a lot of small businesses haven't had the luxury of being able to invest in the IT infrastructure. So to the extent that, efforts there's a whole committee that's focused on that, actually, around getting businesses access, to some of these resources and tools. And then, Jeff mentioned earlier that there's some efforts underway to provide local businesses with content information to help them reimagine their businesses, because their business models obviously are not holding up to COVID in some of these cases. So it would be great to learn more about what some of those efforts are underway. And I think what the retailers are asking for is just that we're equitable in our disposition of resources so that they also have an opportunity to succeed. So my hope is that we can all work together to try to find a solution to navigate through this. And then finally, with respect to market data, I hear what you're saying, Adam, about dry cleaning. I know, given the numbers of people that are not going back to work at my office, the dry cleaning service has been discontinued there. And to Mark's point, the county has also proposed looking at different metrics to try to understand what trends are in the different businesses. So that might be, maybe there's a source of data that we could try to capture through some of these partnerships. So long-winded, but hopefully, I think a lot of you are touching on things that are underway, and I think they're good ones that we should try to pursue to make sure that we lift up all boats as best we can. So thank you.
Okay, I just checked and there are no callers. So if I don't see any more hands raised, I think we're at a point now where we need a motion. I think we're either going to move for a specific end date or we're going to talk about a criteria. So, Laura?
Just real quick, one thing I wanted to mention, I didn't make a note of it, but Adam, you talked about this review of our parklet.
Yes.
And I would be in favor of us taking a look at that, because maybe there is some sort of compromise there. If we had more substantial parklets on the road, then we could potentially open the road again, right? So, what's the best solution? Who knows, right? But maybe that could give us some opportunity. So thank you.
Do you want to try to build that into a motion?
Last one to speak. Is that my prize?
Sure.
Can I ask one point? And Laura, I appreciate that. I think that's, I guess the one, if we don't do anything, can we just agendize that for a future meeting and table this motion and just leave it at the December 31st date? Is that an option that we can just take, Greg?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
For what it's worth, that's what I was going to suggest.
Yeah. But I'd be in favor of doing that, but Laura, if you want to add that to or we can just ask if there's enough people to agendize the parklet, I think we can potentially do that.
Well, I'm just wondering, just because I'm good with that, but I'm also just wanting to pressure test this idea of end criteria around when COVID lifts, right? Because that's what got us here in the first place. So I'm just throwing that out as a thought bubble.
Can we give direction to staff and the subcommittee to come back in a month with criteria as an option?
Well, I was thinking more like the Belmont model, which is a date certain or when the COVID orders allow businesses to resume, right? So then it's kind of in perpetuity. But I also think looking at the parklet ideas could give us another lane that we haven't really explored as of yet. So I'm not quite sure procedurally what the best approach is. I don't want to confuse things, but I also don't want to leave any option off the table just yet.
Through the chair,
Mr. Mayor, just through the chair, there's an issue with having an indeterminate end date without having something that we can hang our hat on as to when the temporary closure ends, so that it's still considered temporary. So I'd like to study that to make sure that we're compliant with the vehicle code on what we're operating under as a temporary closure of the street, and to do a more permanent one, or to be considered a permanent one, creates some issues of definitions and programmatic, and making sure it's considered temporary. This is the point.
So maybe the best thing to do for the moment is to table this, to give staff a little bit more time to ponder the options.
Yeah, I think we have time, and there's another issue that there is some flexibility in the program that it can be extended, and you have delegated that authority to the city manager. He probably will want to bring back some report to you before he did something like that, but because I think that what was contemplated by it. But a separate council action to extend past the 31st is actually not required. So there is a little flexibility built into the program in that way. But we would obviously we want to bring it back to you anyway, so you can evaluate that before we get close to the end of the year.
All right. Okay. So,
Laura, would it work for you if staff kind of goes back and does some things, and we could maybe try to do the parklet if there's 3 votes for that, or at least 3 yeses to move forward at the table for now?
Yeah, it seems like we've got to tease out some of the options more fully, correct?
Yep.
Adam, is that what you're...
I think that's right. The staff needs to just go do some more work on that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know if there's 3 people that want to do the parklet or not. That's the...
I would, yes.
You can review the parklets, right?
Definitely.
Great. Okay. Then I would move to table this this item.
All right. Do we need a second for that?
Second.
Yeah, we should have a motion.
Okay. We have a motion, a second to table.
Table item 11D.
11D. All right. Crystal?
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Palmer Lohan?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. And everybody, please give me 10 seconds to let my cat out. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You're running the meeting. You can take as much time as you like. I was going to say that I like the idea of coming back to review the parklet situation. The only thing I ask is that the review take place after December 7th.
Okay. Sorry. He's 18 and a half years old and
okay.
He never shuts up.
After December 7th.
We get it, Mark.
Okay. All right. So we've settled that. Let's move on to council communications and announcements. I'm not seeing any hands, Laura.
Mark was starting to speak.
Oh.
No, but he recognized you before I had my hand raised, so you go.
Okay, I'll keep it quick. So I just wanted to inform the council, staff, and the community that Peninsula Clean Energy has a project underway for a solar farm out in Los Banos. And the local municipality there is now interested in joining the Joint Powers Authority as one of 23 votes. There's, it hasn't been adopted just yet. There's 2 work paths in parallel. So it will, if it goes forward, it'll likely go forward later this year. So I just wanted to inform everybody of that. And I just also wanted to do a shout out to staff for the recent climate workshop. It was really fascinating. The community has really great ideas, was really engaged. And it was, really appreciated the participation. And I thought the wildfire preparedness workshop was also super helpful and extraordinarily timely, unfortunately. It's good that we had it, but it's just so telling what's happening right now in our community. So I wanted to thank everybody for their good works in that area. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Laura. Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two brief things. One, a shout out for the first responders and particularly the fire crews that battled so hard on the San Mateo Santa Cruz fire and are still working on it. It's tragic about the loss of life and the loss of property and stuff that occurred there, but I can tell you I happened to be riding back today from Santa Cruz up through the San Leandro Valley and back up Skyline, and the teams did a fabulous job of keeping disaster at bay. There's been a tremendous amount of damage, and as I said, unfortunately, some loss of life as well, but it could have been far, far worse. So my hat's off to those guys for what they did. And it was nice to see, like about literally every block along the road, there was a hand-lettered sign saying, we love our first responders. Thank you very much for doing this. The other comment I wanted to make, just as an observation, we had a great set of discussions tonight that revolved around helping businesses weather the storm of COVID-19. I just hope that we don't lose track of the fact that it might be nice to review the impact on community members, renters, people who are at the edge for a lot of reasons. We talked about psychological edges and stresses that people are under, but even if somebody's not in that state, there's a lot of other damage that this disease has caused that we took some early, not good actions on, and maybe we need to follow up on some of those and see if we need to augment some of them or not. Because as important as our local businesses are, and they are, San Carlos is more than its local businesses. And we kind of got to make sure that as many of us as possible, hopefully all of us get through this.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Sarah?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This kind of builds on what Mark just said. Today, I took a virtual tour of Star Vista, which is a nonprofit located right here in San Carlos. They provide counseling, crisis prevention, youth housing, and early childhood programs, and they've served the community for more than 50 years. Star Vista has provided services to over 40,000 people in San Mateo County, and their 24/7 crisis hotline answered over 10,000 calls last year. And they did highlight just how much their services have grown. The need has grown for their services. And it's good timing because September is National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. So I wanted to let everyone know because it is a trying time and we're all having a hard time in one way or another. So their crisis hotline is available 24/7 at 1-800-273-8255. There's also onyourmind.net for teen crisis chat. And there's also going to be a teen crisis text line coming soon. Building on what Mark said, I just want to say, I think that's a great idea. Our rental assistance fund has not been tapped out. So I would love to see a second push on helping renters in town. I volunteer at One Life Wellness Counseling Center every other Friday, and I see the need firsthand giving out food to those in need. We serve almost 300 families every other Friday, so I would certainly be willing to take a second look, and I appreciate you bringing that up, Mark.
You're muted, Ron.
Sorry, Mark. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. We're going to move on to staff comments, city administrative business. Anything we need to know, Jeff or Tara or whoever?
We don't have any additional comments this evening, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to save mine since the hour is late. We are now going to move to 13A, which is closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Greg, should I go ahead and read all this?
It's the cases identified on the agenda, Zelnick versus City of San Carlos and several other defendants. And we'll just go into closed session. We're meeting with our defense attorney, Todd Master, in the closed session.
Okay. And we will come back?
And we'll come back out into open session and close out the meeting after that.
All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. So we will join the closed session.
I don't think we don't need to stay for this part, yeah?
Well, no, we don't, but he's just going to close the meeting.
As long as he comes back to adjourn.
Well, if he doesn't, the vice mayor does that.
Let's go. Vice Mayor, go for it.
I now pronounce us.
Ron, you're muted.
I was touching my non-touch screen. I had to do it with my mouse. All right. We are back, I hope.
Yeah, there's no report from the closed session.
There is no report from the closed session. Thank you. All right. Unless there's anything else, this meeting is adjourned.
All right, thank you. Good night, everybody. Good to see everyone.
Night, everybody.